rather be digested by a Jacko beast.
Can you run that by me again?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Cheap Seat Critics. Once again, I'm a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks.
And today, we are talking about our first show. The Obi Wan Kenobi show from Star Wars. Yeah, that was a thing that happened.
I think you mean from Disney.
Yeah, I mean we do have to specify because at this point, it's just comparing anything to the originals and even the prequels now, it hurts for me.
The prequels are far better than what's getting dumped out now.
Yeah, and that's saying something, really.
Well, could be argued.
All right. Well, I guess we should start by giving our history with the Star Wars franchise, as a whole. Really, try to summarize it because otherwise, we could be here forever. At least I can.
First Star Wars project.
Yeah. All right. Sprinks, take it away.
Okay, I'll start. History with Star Wars. I got into the OT original trilogy when I was very young. And I think those are the only ones I really saw for a bit. And then the prequels came out, and I was at the age where I think I could have seen them in theaters, but with my parents at that time, they went to the theater to see if it was age appropriate or not. So I never saw any of those in theaters, and saw them later when I got older. And then I saw the new Disney ones. I saw all three in theaters because I was at the age of doing so. And boy, did they take my money. And then I liked Rogue One. Rogue One was pretty good. Solo is a completely different story, and if we ever touch on that, man, that'll be fun. And then I never saw most of the shows. I know Clone Wars is a big one. I never watched Clone Wars. Rebels, a lot of fans of Rebels out there. I have not seen that either. But I have once seen the Star Wars Christmas special, so that probably doesn't give me any credits.
That under your belt.
Yeah.
It gives you nerd credits is what it does. So
yeah. I think some of my nerd credits go to the old, I believe they're from the 80s, 1980s Star Wars comics I have. I have a Star Wars encyclopedia. I got Star Wars action figures. I got Star Wars posters. I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan, but I am a fan of it. With my favorite being Empire Strikes Back. And with that, I will pass it over to Sinister.
So I'm definitely not. I'm not probably even that that level of different of Star Wars stuff. I saw the prequels before I saw the originals. I'm pretty sure. I didn't see the originals until probably a couple years down the line after, like probably on most of my teens. Watched the Clone Wars show, both versions of it. The Genndy Tartakovsky version is probably my favorite, even though it's much shorter. But again, I like the animation, and I think it gets more of the story across than the more story arcing version in a lot less time. If I had to pick I'd probably pick the Clone Wars by Genndy Tartakovsky is probably my favorite of the Star Wars. I don't know if either that or Rogue One. I like Rogue One a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Probably my favorite. I don't know. Yeah, I'm definitely not like, if a Star Wars movie comes out, I have to see it. But I definitely have seen pretty much all of the ones, with the exception of Rise of the Skywalker so far in all the shows.
cool.
Yeah.
Crimson.
So I saw the original trilogy and the prequels in my childhood. I remember watching the prequels more though, which some people might say is stupid, but well. I've seen Force Awakens and Last Jedi in theaters. Thankfully, both were paid by my dad's boss, so no one lost money in this family to those. And Rick showed me The Last Skywalker 2 years ago at this point. Year and a half.
Something
Not
like
good.
that.
I agree with Sinister. I like Rogue One. Pretty good.
Mhm.
And I'm in the minority on Solo, thinking that it's decent. I haven't seen any of the shows. I played a lot of the Lego game on the original Xbox, and I played a lot of the Revenge of the Sith Xbox game. I caught a couple figures, like the old vintage ones, but they're out of box and all that, so not worth anything. Yeah, with Sinister, I don't feel obligated to watch Star Wars when it comes out. Like, I haven't seen Boba Fett, I've seen half of Mandalorian with Sprinks. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to see Andor. When the next show comes out.
Andor. Yeah.
I don't feel obligated to watch that unless that's something we're doing.
Fair enough. I guess for me, I grew up on Star Wars. If you can't tell by my avatar, so I grew up in the original trilogy. I know I have a distinct memory of seeing Revenge of the Sith in theaters when I was young, and like Crimson, my experiences, I've rewatched the prequels to death when I was younger. Because that was just the in thing at the time. So I watched them almost religiously. They were my favorite thing until Lord of the Rings came out, pretty much. My friends that I had growing up at the time also kind of just exemplified this. One of my old friends pretty much dressed up as Obi Wan Kenobi every Halloween. Just a different version, whether it was from the animated, both animated series, or Alec Guinness, or Clone Wars, or just any different versions of the prequel Kenobi. It was his favorite character in the world, and kind of passed that along to me over the years because Obi is one of my favorite characters. Now I'm older. I do like the original trilogy more. I do think they're the original trilogy a bit more. I think they're extremely well written in terms of character, and I still have a fond love for the prequels that was fostered in a lot of video games, like the Lego games. I obsessively played the original Battlefront games while they were popular. And I have seen both animated shows, Clone Wars and Rebels, and there's more than one now. I've seen the original animated series with the animated movies, and I've seen the Clone Wars television show, Rebels, and I've seen Bad Batch. I've also over the last 5 years started reading the books that were decanonized by Disney because I haven't really been impressed by what Disney's done with their Star Wars property. Of what Disney's produced, I'm kind of in agreement. I think Rogue One's probably the best of all the Star Wars movies that have come out under Disney's banner. I remember liking The Force Awakens initially, but obviously that just kind of declined as time went on, and then The Last Jedi just kind of destroyed any love I had for The Force Awakens and of itself. So I went into Rise of Skywalker pretty much the same way I went into Jurassic World Dominion. I was just here to have a good time, and I did. It was a fun mess. But obviously I don't think they're well crafted or well written. And then, the new shows that have been coming out, The Mandalorian, Boba Fett, both, and now Obi, none of them have really impressed me so far, but Obi was the Obi Wan Kenobi show was the one I think a lot of prequel fans were waiting for. Like this was going to be the make it or break it essentially for Disney Star Wars, because everyone loves Ewan McGregor's Obi-Wan. No matter what people think of the prequels, they rarely have anything bad to say about his portrayal of a young Obi-Wan, and he's often everyone's favorite character, as far as I know. So this show, it hurt a lot. I'm gonna be honest with all of you. I guess with that, we should just dive right into episode 1. So, any volunteers to go first? Or am I just going to pick a hat out of a box here?
A hat out of a box.
No, we should probably have.
I'd like to just iterate that we're not necessarily going with structure of scene by scene and connection. It's kind of laid out how we'll go episode by episode, but in said episode, it can be any scene in such episode can be talked about at random.
Yeah. And then,
so that's clarified.
Just to limit the length.
Yeah, we're trying not to go 12 hours here because we have lives, unfortunately. So I guess, Crimson, do you want to start for episode 1 of the Kenobi show?
Sure. I'll bring up a couple positives I had. Perfectly, the start, the recap. The recap was well constructed. I liked it.
Really? I didn't. I thought the music was. I thought the music was terrible.
I liked it. I think it went well. Why didn't the music mesh for you?
I mean, it's Star Wars.
Well, with all the action that was shown.
I mean, why not use the actual Star Wars music for this? It felt so out of place, incongruent with the stuff that they were showing.
I don't know if you would need to tie yourself down to that for the recap.
Oh well.
But I guess we disagree on that.
I mean, it's there. It's fine. It's just, I mean, I have more complaints about. Well.
Oh yeah, there were problems here, and I thought the CG was pretty good through most of it. There were a couple standout moments where I was like, ugh. But the CG looked good. I really liked how the camel thing looked.
Yeah.
Mr. Nerd Writer. Do you know the name of that creature?
Nope.
Okay. Fake fan. No. It looked good. I don't know why they spent so much money on fake soup.
Yeah.
That just shows how over-reliant they are nowadays, when they just make fake soup instead of using the real thing.
It was weird to see CG soup.
Yeah, very, very peculiar. And I guess one more thing I'll bring up, so others can bring up things, is I liked the little Jawa interaction that Obi-Wan had, because we've had some Jawa interaction here and there, but they're just like passive. This was actually like an actual conversation.
Yeah.
And the little guy had some character.
Yeah.
As a Jawa does.
It was...
I steal from you and sell you back. That's me.
Yeah. I agree. I actually really like the Jawa scene.
Extra.
Yeah. I do like the Jawa scene, because I think that's emblematic of what I think I would have liked to see in this show, and what I think would have made for a better written show. This is one that should have been like a character-focused show without all the spectacle of high stakes or anything. This if anything of all the Star Wars projects should have been low stakes, it should have been this one. And I think the Jawa scene is very emblematic, I think, of that. But yeah, so, I mean, I just agree, because and then there's that, and I like his meat cutting job as well. I actually, when he was doing the meat cutting job, like that to me was kind of, it both made me smile and made me think that the show had potential, because it starts out slow for him, and that's how it should be. Like he's not a general anymore. He's not a Jedi Master. He's just a hermit, and he's just trying to get by in his daily life. And I think the contrast is wonderful. for him to start your audience out on, pretty much.
Yeah, I like that as well, and I was thinking immediately of Nowhere from Guardians of the Galaxy, harvesting the celestial head or whatever. But yeah, I was expecting him to get fired from stealing or something, but that never seemed to be. I thought the boss was going to get his comeuppance at some point, but they didn't really.
Yeah, didn't really do much with that, which is sad, but that's more of a problem for the show as a whole, I think.
And I'm fine with a bad boss getting away with bad practices on a bad planet.
Yeah, it's like I said, if they had done a slower story, that could have played a role, but they chose not to. So, all right, Sprinks, you got anything for the first episode that you liked or didn't like?
Yeah, I'll piggyback off of you a bit. I really liked the first introduction shown of Obi-Wan, or we'll call him Obi-Wan, not Ben. Of Obi-Wan, and just the whole harvesting of, gosh, I don't know what creature that is, but just the fin.
Stingray.
Yeah, just the fin is like sticking out of the sand.
Mm-hmm.
And I just like the look of it. It looks very like mingy, low quality. Everything's just kind of bamboo and twine made structures around, and just an assembly line. And I liked. I liked first in the first scene of showing like it was during the Clone Wars during Order 66, to show like the time setting. And with this one, I also liked showing with time setting, which we already know when it's taking place because it says 10 years later. But the first thing that drew me in was seeing that their clock out at the end of the assembly line was on a Gonk droid. That was a nice add-in. So I really like that just like beginning scene of Obi-Wan doing his job, getting on the shuttle back, and then riding out to his current residence.
I didn't realize I was a Gonk droid. Feel kind of disappointed in myself.
It's nice. Like I said, one of the good things that I think a lot of Star Wars productions do is there's always little Easter eggs like that in almost every show, episode, movie. So it's nice that it helps feel the world. It helps make the world feel very connected. So, yeah. You got anything, Crimson? I mean, sorry, Sinister. Christ, I'm forgetting your names.
Funny.
I know.
Twice in a row.
Yeah.
I guess we'll add a chorus here for all the. I really enjoyed the slowness of the introduction, because it did feel very like that's how it would be.
Yeah.
Like, I never felt like it was like off-putting, or I was like that. No, this is how it should start, with this slow, kind of almost monotonous. Him going to the job, doing the job, finishing the job, and then going back home, day in and day out. And I don't know if it came across to everybody, but I almost kind of liked, like, every time he was like doing it, like a little bit more of his soul was kind of diminished, I guess, a little bit. It's like the idea of like not in the way of like he's like thinking about like all the stuff he used to do or anything, but like where he's at versus where he was 10 years prior now after Order 66.
I definitely felt that when the guy said, "This is only half," and it's shoved out of the way.
Yeah.
But I felt it there. I don't think I felt it every time.
It wasn't every time, but it didn't. Or let me rephrase that. It wasn't translated in how he was acting, but I could feel it just in the way of passage of time, I guess. Like, I wouldn't say it was there, but I was like, yeah, if I was a Jedi and this was where I was at, probably I'd be like, it would be hard, and especially after we learn later on that that's how most Jedis get caught, is by trying to help people.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, was also a nice touch. Yeah, I like. Can I touch on anything like the whole episode or just?
Yeah,
in this-
Joey, feel free to pop
okay.
around. Yeah.
Okay. I liked Leia's introduction.
On
I
Alderaan.
thought,
Yeah.
yeah, and Alderaan, I thought that was decent. I kind of liked because when we see Leia in the original the original trilogy, we kind of don't really we don't really know anything about her backstory, which is fine in some ways, but it was I kind of liked how they were positioning her as far as in this period of time. I thought that was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a cutesy droid because every Star Wars has to have a cuter droid than the last Star Wars.
Got to sell that merchandise.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. I liked the cast. I liked that they had like all the people that were in the original or in the prequel trilogy recat or like re-brought in for whatever roles they could So Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru are
they're back.
they're the same people, and Alderaan. We realized we didn't remember their names because they don't ever say them, but that's all the same cast.
I only know Bail Organa just because.
Yeah, Bea Organa is the only one. I don't. The guy's name got said, but he's literally so unimportant. It doesn't really matter.
He's important enough to wreck things at the end.
To be clear, I mean Bail Organa is the guy. Brea Organa is the wife, but we don't. I don't remember. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember Brea. I had to look that up.
Yeah, it's hard when both names sound like almost the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyways, I like that they stuck to that detail because I think it would be really easy because so much time has passed to just not just like recast them or whatever. But I like that they actually stuck with the original people. That was
sweet Disney money to get everybody back.
Sweet. Oh yes.
Succulent Disney money.
Give me that Mickey money. Oh. I think we'll save the gripes for after we do the good stuff, so we get that spoonful of sugar.
Yeah.
Trying to think.
I guess I got one more thing to bring up during that.
No, you don't.
I liked the music that played when we got there.
Good.
In Alderaan.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice. It feels like a breath of fresh air. It's like just leaving Tatooine, which I think is very intentional.
Yeah, I usually don't catch the music in shows, but it stood out.
I will say this is more, I guess, for the whole series, but it still fits for the. I do like that the nostalgia isn't like completely overdone. I guess, with the exception of Obi Wan Kenobi, or just given they're gonna, but they didn't like bring in a whole bunch of other. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
They didn't just
where's Ahsoka?
Yeah,
where's all these other people that are gonna shove into Mandalorian?
Yeah, like where's Darth Maul? Where's the Emperor Palpatine? All that stuff. They didn't. It would have been very easy to, and even if it was avoidable, it would be very easy to just like shoehorn anybody in and just be like, well, look, here's where this guy ended up from the original movies or something. But they at least kept it within the bounds of the story, and I think that takes a lot of restraint and it was good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think I have one more good thing to say about this episode before we go into the bad.
Bring out the claws.
Yeah. One thing I do like is kind of the story the story and connection of this other Force user that the Empire is trying to hunt down. And at the beginning,
Softy brother.
You mean when he shows up with Obi-Wan, or do you mean this sequence when they hunt him down?
As an entirety. So the diner thing was fine. He escaped, which was a bit odd, but
yeah.
You kept thinking that it was going to be
yeah, but the Inquisitor allowed it to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He stopped the Third Sister's saber, but rather than just holding the guy with his force or knocking him out. They just let him go, which I presume was his plan because he allowed it. And then at night when he meets up with Obi-Wan, I like how Obi-Wan was very forward with him, saying, I can't help you. Essentially, you're not my mission. I can't intertwine with your drama and everything's going on. And I thought that was good. And then Obi-Wan, after his day, comes back and sees that he's dead and tied up. And I just like how brief it is. It's a very short scene. Obi-Wan looking at him, and I think that fits very well because Obi-Wan still has slight, remorse or, like saddened by it because he could have done something, but his mission is to protect and look over Luke. So just that little bit of time of him looking at it, and he doesn't do anything of it. He doesn't take the body down. He just walks away and continues his day, which I think that was all very good. Mm-hmm. I think that character was simply there to help cement more of what Obi-Wan is doing in his feelings of his day-to-day life currently.
Yeah.
I'll say this about that guy. I flipped out when he came up to Obi-Wan.
Yeah, it was a little weird.
Oh, in the middle of nowhere?
In the middle of fucking nowhere.
To track him. I thought that was the whole deal with him.
Yeah. So, well, in the Inquisitors scene, they actually specify they're taking turns. The reason why they get angry at Reva, the third sister, is because it's not her turn to hunt this prey. It's the guy with the funny hat.
Funny hat.
And I thought the scene was very overbearing because the bad guys are just preaching hey, you like compassion, hero, that sort of thing. And I was I think it was a little over top for me. But I
can see that.
But I think
I did like his monologue though.
Yeah, his monologue was okay. I wasn't impressed by it, but it was yeah. So we're jumping into the bad now, obviously.
Well, I would like to say one more thing.
Okay.
Just because it triggered something in me what you just said. Not in a bad way, but just jogged something loose. I wish. This is a good and kind of it's a bad thing mixed together, but I kind of wish they would have gone more into the execution of all the Jedi and stuff, or the the hunting of Jedi, because that's something that kind of hasn't really been shown in any of it, at least in any of the visual media and stuff. I'm sure it's all in the books and a bunch of other stuff, but
the most I can tell you where it happens is probably in Rebels.
Well, yeah.
The show. And then this here, you can kind of put two and two together, and then the game Fallen Order also has a bit of it.
Well, yeah.
There's nothing in the mainline, movies or shows like these, for sure. So
I believe it's Revenge of the Sith. They kind of have that montage.
That's not what I'm talking
about.
That's
okay. He's talking about those who escaped the Order 66. Yeah. Okay.
Because that's a whole, and Fallen Order is, fairly, that's why I really like Fallen Order a lot, because
it does explore that
really
time frame.
Yeah, that paranoia and that sort of, PTSD thing of, being constantly on the run, and, if you try to help somebody, you're probably going to get caught and all that stuff. So even though I will agree, the scene is probably a little bit, over the top at parts. I like it just because it's something sort of that hasn't been, shown as far, and I will agree they could have done it better. I'm not gonna, be like, oh, well, it was, it sufficed itself. No, but
yeah,
I think it was good. I think it could have been better, but I think it was good.
I definitely like the scene in concept, and again with me, a lot of things just come down to execution. So
yeah.
Yeah. So I guess last call for anything good.
That's the beginning of this. At the Jedi Temple, or whatever, the training place.
The
With
That
the
little intro.
younglings.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Wow, my headset's been up. I've been probably pretty quiet. Yeah, with the teacher and the younglings. I kind of like that. The teacher was decent. They kind of died pretty quick for a Jedi with those number of stormtroopers, but I can accept it.
Those weren't stormtroopers. Those were clone troopers.
Clones, sorry. Sorry.
And clones
what they
were
were so
better than
accurate.
stormtroopers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's right. That's why they were.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mostly liked that scene though.
God,
I liked that as an intro. It was very jarring and very, it was like.
It's very jarring, but I honestly think we should have opened up with Obi-Wan's like day job. I like this scene, but I probably would have moved it as an opener to the second episode.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But I think for at least the themes that kind of seem to be moving forward throughout, the 6 episodes, I think it deserves its place. I don't think it's.
Oh yeah, I don't want to cut.
Yeah.
I just want it moved around.
No. I'm not saying you want that. I'm just saying, it's definitely. I think if you watch it and you start from it, you kind of have that feeling of like, because I was kind of assuming like, well, that was interesting. I don't really know where they were going to go with that. But then as episodes went along, I was like, okay, I can appreciate where it's at and understand that while that may not be the best place, it fits still. So
Mhm.
fine.
That's my positive.
Yeah.
All right,
No
so
more
into the
positives from
bad.
you.
Yeah. Put on your fisticuff gloves. So.
All right, I'll go first.
All right.
I think one of the biggest, dumbest things that occurred in this episode was little Leia able to outrun 2 mercenary goons in a forest who literally were not
It was 3.
gaining on
It
her.
was-
Well, it was 3, but I don't think Flea really chased her down. He kind of just stood around.
You do not know her training. She could have been trained
Yeah.
in short running.
Especially how one just runs into a tree branch. Like Leia didn't Scooby-Doo pull it and whack him with it. He just ran into it.
Yeah.
The other one trips on the ground. It was like watching kind of the Ravengers from Guardians 2 like stumble about.
A lot of Guardian references so far.
Yeah. I mean, there's a wide shot of Leia running, and you can see them fumbling in the background, like they're trying to look like they're chasing this girl. And it's
bad. It's bad. I'm not gonna say it's not bad, but it's funny enough that I still like. It's funny enough where I'm like, you know what? That's awful. That should have gotten cut out, but it's funny enough where I'm like, I like it.
I mean, as long as you recognize it's a flaw and you can find it funny, I don't care.
It's good, yeah. I won't say it's good, but it's so bad it's good. That's that's the whole reason.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree with you there, Sprinks. That scene threw me right the fuck out of the out of the movie.
There's one where like Leia goes through like a split in a tree.
Yeah.
And the goon like looks at her and is like, "Oh no, a tree's in my way. Darn."
Yeah.
Yeah.
George
I'm
Lucas
just trying to
wrote
think
that line.
of what went wrong here. Was it the fact that the writers didn't plan ahead on a little girl outrunning 3 grown mercenaries, or
I just don't think there needed to be a chase scene. They should have just got her.
I think that's the
that's
thing.
also
They
true.
needed. I think the problem is that all of the Kenobi stuff is very, very slow and very, very building up.
Yeah, this is definitely a mandated scene.
Which it needs to be.
Oh yeah.
But the problem is you have to counter that somehow. But they didn't realize that they had to counter it with like a 7-8-year-old girl running away from grown men and women. So
she's 10.
no, she's like I don't know. No, it's weird because it's 10 years after, so they're all 10. Yeah. But
Even though she looks
No.
younger.
I was gonna say, Luke looks older than her. She looks like she's like 5 or 6, and he looks like he's like 10. But they're both supposed to be 10. But anyways,
Yeah, like this scene definitely felt like it was a mandated action sequence because we've had our character time. Now it's time for plot.
yeah.
Yeah, we could have had Leia run in the forest and see the guy and be like, "What are you doing here?" And then cut to Organa being like, "Leia's been taken," or something
Yeah,
like that.
but then there'd be no action.
Yeah, that's right.
You'd have to sacrifice Ben's character or make an unnecessary chase scene, and both are bad. So I'm not gonna say which one you should choose.
Yeah, this is. I mean, like, if you're going to make a story about the siblings in Obi-Wan, of the two, it probably should be Leia, even if it does hurt A New Hope. It's not good. It's just, you know.
Well, Luke has a pretty boring life.
Yeah. I have to say, I found the juxtaposition like ridiculously funny. Like, Luke is living on a peasant farm, and here we are seeing Princess Leia, just, you know, with handmaidens and.
Definitely seems like one of the Skywalker twins got like a raw deal. I don't know which one though.
Yeah. Let's see. Crimson, do you got anything to pick on? Do you got anything to pick on?
Oh boy, do I!
Yeah, I know.
Oh yes. Oh.
Shoot, which part? Well, God, it's similar to what we just talked about, but the palace security is a freaking joke.
Oh, 100%.
Oh my God. It's shown that she regularly runs away. Because they're like, oh, she did it again. Check this place in the forest.
Yep.
What?
And it's not like it's a pattern, so they're not like, you know, sending that one person to scout always around her, or, you know, she's not bribing or making friends with one of the guards, or that's never shown.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was quite insane. The sheer incompetence is insane. And then Organa and his nerves guilt-tripping Obi-Wan.
Oh,
I
okay.
failed Obi-Wan. I need you to give up your mission to save
my
failed
mission.
Okay, so Bail Organa is a senator in an Imperial Senate that has yet to be dissolved. He could just report the missing child to the Empire, and the Empire would go look for him.
But did you not hear him say that nobody knows the importance of her, even though she's a princess?
It doesn't matter if they know the importance of her. It's one of those things.
You're not listening to what he said.
God, it's the justification for him going to Obi-Wan is it's not good enough. In that,
are you sure?
Yes, Obi-Wan's a Jedi who is one of the most wanted people in the galaxy. He had more agents. He'd have more agency hiring a bounty hunter to go after her or sending Alderaan's personal army, or getting the Empire to go after her. Because as we find out later, Reva, the third sister, did this without approval from the Empire, so should be in fucking big trouble for this. Kidnapping an Imperial Senator's daughter is a no-no.
No, we had to show that she was smart and planned ahead to bring out Obi-Wan.
It's fucking stupid. I hate it. So, yeah, I mean, what do I even begin to try to say about this? Because it's one of those things that makes the plot happen in the most contrived sense, because there are so many more options Bail would consider, because he knows Obi is in hiding, and it paints a target on his back that he sent a Jedi to rescue Leia, and the entire story also crumbles around this idea as well, because now Leia shouldn't have any agency with the Empire. They know that the Organas are connected to a Jedi, so any dreams of building a rebellion die in this series because of this one choice. It collapses everything around it, and it's one of the worst justifications I've seen in storytelling to try and get a plot going forward.
Yeah.
Got anything there from the
No, I was like, can I counter in any way? But no, that's pretty accurate.
Yeah. Sprinks
Do-
got nothing to pick
Do
on.
you have an idea how to
I-
involve
Do
everyone
I?
in the latest plot line? Yeah.
How would I do it? Let's see.
You wouldn't do it.
Well,
I know,
I
but-
wouldn't do it, but if I was forced into a place where I had to justify his presence, I would make it so that Reva got permission. That's the only thing I'd have to change. That's the one tweak you have to do, because then when Bail reports to the Empire, you can start showing and get suspicious. Like, they say they're looking for her, but are they really? Like, he's noticing that they're not really looking for her. And that's when he should get concerned that the Empire is not really out to help him. But
Doesn't he know the Empire's not out to help him because
he's a
He
senator.
knows they're bad.
He doesn't
well,
know.
yeah, but he's a
Well,
senator
remember-
with a child of a Jedi.
Okay, so here's the thing with the Empire. The Empire is functionally a government in this world, and I do hate Disney Star Wars a lot for this, because Disney Star Wars portrays the Empire as pure evil. They're not pure evil. They're a galactic government.
Okay, yeah.
So
I know a little bit, and that the galaxy is actually better with the Empire than it was with the whole Senate and everything with the Jedi's beforehand.
it's I wouldn't say it's better. It's just more like
It's like if you had a
it's
government.
it's just a
It's
functioning
ordered,
government. It's ordered. And
stuff works. There
Yeah.
you go. I'll put it that way. Traveling and stuff works.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily have humanity, but it works.
Yeah.
That's
So Bail being at such a high position is enough to, I think, for him to actually justify going to the Empire to help search for his daughter first, because bounty hunters abducted Leia. So if Reva got permission to do this, the only justification that could possibly get Obi-Wan away is that the Empire isn't helping, and Bail's getting suspicious about that. So that's something he would do. It would take time out of the story, but it would also add, I think, it would actually flesh out the Empire a lot more, I think, as well.
Okay, but doesn't he know? Listen. I'll freely admit that my overarching details of this overall story, good 6 episodes, is a little fuzzy and obviously his part is very, very small. So
Yeah.
sue me. But doesn't he know that the Empire murdered a bunch of younglings and Padawans and stuff, and also inadvertently murdered Padme basically, and all this other stuff?
Yeah, he would know that, but it's also what's in power now. So you have to use your structures. So
Well,
it's
yeah.
not so the level of
I guess there's a difference though.
It's not that he
with
would
the
trust
trust.
them. It's not that he would
Yeah.
trust them. It's that he would
Yeah.
still expect them to do this for him, because he's still a senator for the Empire, for the Imperial Senate.
I don't know.
I agree.
I
Like,
set up him leaning more towards not necessarily the rebel side, but kind of trying to restructure the government or the empire that
Yeah.
currently exists to fit more in the
Yeah.
the pre-existing Senate and everything.
I mean, we know that he does try. He is a facet of why the rebellion exists, because he would support that. But sending out Obi-Wan is not your first choice. My argument for him starting with the Empire is not necessarily that he would trust them. It's just that he would go in order of priority, because the Empire would be the first, and the Empire are essentially the Galactic Police. So you would go to them first. Once they are not working, you go to a PI. Then you work your way down, and then eventually you have your hermit friend Jedi. So it's a hierarchy of a manner of how he would approach the things.
Yeah, all right, that's fair.
Yeah. Sorry, we kind of talked over you, Crimson. You were trying to get something in, possibly.
I was.
You sounded like
No.
you were.
All right, there we go.
All right then.
I was just
The
freezing.
Crimson bit.
Yeah. All right, Sprinks. You got anything else for episode 1 to pick
Yeah,
on?
I have one last thing. So Obi-Wan was entirely in hiding. He didn't want anyone to know who he was. He was a whole new alias. He was just, all these things of hiding himself, keeping himself secret, his whole plan and everything. And at the end, when he boards that ship in the middle of Is it Mos Eisley? Is that where he is?
I would imagine it's Mos Eisley,
Tatooine,
just
yeah.
by yeah.
Okay. He flips his cloak to reveal his lightsaber in front of tons of
Yeah.
people.
Which is
Yeah.
a dumb move, yeah.
He's also walking around looking like a Jedi in the
Yeah,
first place.
there would be. He would not be wearing this outfit. Like
No.
the guy is famous for actually wearing disguises and like sneaking into places. So I don't know why they didn't run with that.
10 years out of practice. Come on.
Oh, we'll get to
He's
that.
rusty. Super rusty.
Yeah.
So that was my last gripe.
Yeah. Anyone got any last gripes for episode 1?
I know I had something after you said that, but I can't. I lost it.
I'll give you time to think about it then. So, how about Reva picking the one person on this planet to know where Obi-Wan is and asking him if he knows where any Jedi are?
Oh, I also feel like
that.
I feel like I should set up here that Reva is a very stupid and contrived character because
Oh,
in
because
this-
she can mind read?
well, yes, one that, and two, she cuts off some random little woman's hand. So she's cool with torturing people. I'm just gonna throw this note out here.
Oh yeah.
Well, she's an evil person right now.
Oh yeah, I know,
Okay.
but I'm just it's gotta.
Right now.
I know. It's just I gotta lay this nugget down now, so that when she makes decisions that are out of character for her, I can point it out.
Crimson, in the Star Wars universe, you can have your hero arc in less than a day.
True.
It's happened multiple times.
True.
I don't know.
No, I will say just because of how Ben is very much standoffish with Ben
Owen,
or Owen's fucking.
it's all right.
A lot of characters' names. I even though it was stupid, I liked that tension of, even though he's not gonna break or something's gonna happen, because obviously if he broke
Mhm.
there'd be no 5 more episodes.
Yeah.
But I like the tension that created in that. So like, is he is he gonna sell him out, or so that
Okay. I see what you like about. I do like the tension between. I do like the tension between him and Owen. There,
Yeah,
it makes enough sense that's there, for me.
The overall scene I think is it's very, very, oh wow, that's crazy that she would pick the like,
it's very
that part,
contrived.
yeah. But the overall scene and how it works, I like, and I kind of wish they did more of.
Yeah,
Why doesn't she try to read his mind?
because she's an idiot character. Writers don't understand what they're
Yeah.
doing with her. So I mean, I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to justify
Get
this.
ready, audience. There's going to be a lot of this going on.
Oh yeah.
Buckle up.
So I guess from that scene, the line I did like is, I like that Owen is like, he thinks he says to her, Jedi are vermin, and if they were on my farm, I'd shoot them myself. I actually like that line because he's trying to. It's a nice little nugget of trying to convince Reva, that he's not a. He's not. He doesn't harbor Jedi and doesn't know one. I like that. Owen's probably the most intact character at the end of this show.
Probably.
Yeah.
All right, Crimson.
You like
sorry.
how anti Jedi he is?
Yeah. I mean, I like the display of it for sure. Sinister,
Mhm.
Did you find yours, or was this it? Like, or did you got one more gripe?
No, I lost the one, but oh wait, actually no. Is he just called Ben, or is he called Ben Kenobi? Because
They just
that would
refer
be
to him as
special.
Ben mostly.
And
okay. I was like, I couldn't remember if they called him Ben Kenobi, because I was gonna be like, wait, Obi Wan Kenobi, your name is Kenobi. Man,
Yeah.
like I was like, if he's called Ben Kenobi, that is fucking stupid.
Mhm.
it would be, yes.
I was like, that's not a cover. That's just changing, getting rid of one
He's
name.
just a relative of Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
So,
Uh, I have one more gripe before we move on to episode 2 here. Bail Organa comes to visit Obi-Wan in person.
Yes.
Riva is supposed to be.
No.
Riva already suspects Bail Organa because of his connection with the Kenobis. So I don't know why she didn't have someone just tasked to follow him. I just hired a different bounty hunter because at this point
She got whipped.
it's again another thing that breaks everything. Bail visiting Obi-Wan is very, very dangerous because he is an Imperial senator. People know where he goes. He can't exactly sneak around. So I think this would attract attention, and it significantly damages his character in the fact just the choice to visit Obi-Wan in person.
Oh, you have to guilt trip him in person.
Yeah.
Else it doesn't sell. I don't think it destroys his character, but
I said
it's a nick.
It's definitely like it's one of the nails in the coffin.
Only in episode 1.
I know.
It's going to happen in episode 2.
It's all.
Guess I got one more little nitpick. When
When
Obi-Wan went in the desert to look for his saber,
Oh,
how did he find that? I could
Jedi.
assume he might know the location.
I mean,
That
he
was
wouldn't-
10 years,
I mean,
and sand would build significantly. It was so shallow and stuff.
yeah,
Crimson.
they definitely.
Jedi.
It was definitely a.
He's-
It was definitely a weird cut where, like, he just dug it up and it was there, but yeah, I agree. Sound shift and it was very, very fast.
I mean, that's one. I mean, nitpick.
Yeah,
you
doesn't
know,
break
not-
the story.
not-
It's just
Like, it's not
annoying.
I could, I just like, he's a fucking Jedi. Whatever. It's like he must just know where he put it or something, or he has. Well, also though, they, even if because he's basically sort of exiled the Force, not entirely, but he would technically still have a connection to the lightsaber, would he not? Even
Mhm.
because technically it's as much a part of him as the Force is in itself. If I'm remembering my Jedi lore, so he
I don't
probably, I think he could probably find it. It wouldn't break any sort of pre-existing notions.
There's definitely yeah, there's things to work with out there because kyber crystals are supposed to be connected to the Force. So I'm like
Yeah.
I said, I'm not against him finding it. I just think that he dug it up. He dug it up in essentially a cutaway, which
Oh
was
yeah.
it was oddly shot in a way that like it was instant that he got it rather than showing time passing and he got it. So I can agree with that a little bit.
They got to meet that 30-minute mark.
Yeah.
Come on.
All right.
Writer, I do have a Force question.
Yeah. What's up?
You're more in depth with Star Wars than I. So, Force users can sense other Force users, right? That's a thing.
That's murky.
It's very,
that-
very, it's
that's
very,
I'm trying
it's
to
very,
clarify
it's
this
very,
now for
it's
later
it's a very,
points,
it's a very
so.
loose rule. So, I mean, it's been established, like even Episode 4 for New Hope, that Vader can sense a presence on the Death Star when Obi-Wan is there, but he doesn't know
Familiar
exactly.
presence.
Yeah, he doesn't know exactly where he is, so he has to kind of figure that out. So it's not exact. So as far as I understand, it's not an exact location unless they're like within very, very close proximity.
And also, probably they have to have a very strong connection.
Yeah, and
to
they
the
also
Force.
have a very, very strong connection to the Force in order to
So-
achieve that.
The dead Jedi could have just hid his hand under the table when he saved the guy and not revealed himself then.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
'Cause I was like,
that's why I
if
don't
you
like
can
that
sense him
scene.
using it, then I'm not going to complain.
No.
But if they don't sense him, then yeah, he could have easily hid himself helping the guy.
So the only person of the Inquisitors that would be able to sense that by the use of it would be the Grand Inquisitor, in theory, because the Grand Inquisitor
It was
is.
Reva that called him out.
It was Reva that
Yeah.
called him out because he was holding his hand up like an idiot. But yeah. So I as far as I know, the Grand Inquisitor is relatively powerful enough in the Force that I think he could manage that. Reva and the other Inquisitors aren't, because they're not full Sith and they're not fully well trained to be.
Yeah,
they're
they're just
not
like,
as
yeah.
attuned essentially to the Force.
Yeah, they're just
So-
force. They're just force, sensitive people who they've recruited. have probably varying degrees of connection.
Yeah.
Well, that's all I got.
All right then.
That's all you got, huh?
And
That's all you got.
And I guess with that, we shall move on to episode 2.
Yeah. What are we gonna do in this one?
Probably have less good things to say.
Yeah. So, does anyone have anything good to say about episode 2?
I do.
All
I
right.
like the location.
I like the cameo of the clone.
Well, that was
Yeah.
the one thing I was going to say.
That is the
All
one
right.
thing that I like about this
Okay.
scene as well.
right.
I thought that was pretty cool.
All right, we're done.
I think I like it was just one of those things where the story we could have gotten, because it would have been awesome to see Obi-Wan working with a fucking disgruntled clone, because the clone is from the 501st, Anakin's legion essentially, and the clone would recognize him, and I
was waiting for that. Yeah.
I in part think that he actually did. Like, they recognized each other, and they just kind of go their separate ways because they're both, the clone's not hunting Jedi because Order 66 is over and the Empire discarded him, so why would he continue with that mission? And Obi-Wan is the only one that leaves him credit shit because he knows what the clones are and what they've been through.
Yeah, because it wasn't their choice. It was,
Yeah.
So
yeah, I really love this scene. I think it does fucking wonders for world building in trying to fill the time between the OT and the prequels on what the clones were up to. But I'm with an agreement here. That's pretty much the only thing I had positive about the scene.
I would like to touch on something that also occurs throughout this whole little show. Is I don't really understand Disney in the way of like they have like a lot of stuff they can do, right? And especially in this show, for example, there's a lot of stuff they could do. It's weird seeing what they choose to do and how kind of minuscule it is in comparison. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, well, if they do something big, they'd have to commit to that in other properties.
I mean,
this is also big though, because technically this ruins or affects the entire original trilogy by what this sets up.
True.
Yeah,
it's still a big, even though it takes place, it's still a big commitment. I'm saying like, it there's definitely stories, like in Rogue One, that was a very interesting story because that was so small in the whole, and
it leads right into A New Hope. Yeah, like it doesn't break anything.
No, but yeah, and so it just sets it up, and it's like, wow, that was like a 5-minute little clip in the original, and now it's like a whole movie, and it's awesome. But and then like we've talked about like the clone or in this one and everything. It's like there's definite stuff you could do that would be interesting and not unravel other stories and stuff. Yeah. But it's kind of weird how they always seem to pick something that sort of doesn't really either mesh or isn't really interesting.
Yeah.
Or yeah.
Like I'll say this, and don't quote me on this, but I know that Kenobi underwent a lot of rewrites because the concept art for Obi Wan Kenobi and Vader's final duel is very, very different from where they ended up in the show.
Yeah.
And which is
originally going to be a movie, and then it became a show. Yeah.
This would have functioned far better as a movie, and I
agree.
And even then, obviously, I think they'll still take some problems with it, but I think there is something to work with there because this is Kenobi. You have a lot of things to work with as your main character.
Like, you have to really try to do something kind of lackluster if you I mean, like it's really
it does
not much of an excuse.
It does feel like that with this show for me because, like I said, there's so much you can do, and yet they chose to do like the least interesting thing overall. They just kind of ticked boxes, it feels like. And that was...
I mean, that's what they've been doing with most of the properties, let's be honest here.
Yeah, pretty much.
But I'll say, I think, we're not even at the end of this one. This would have worked better as a movie. But again, they've nixed the idea of doing movies ever since Solo, as far as like Star Wars stories, which... I still think is a shitty idea. But
I mean, I'm not going to blame Solo all that much because it was the Last Jedi that I think killed the idea for.
I always found it very weird where they were like, Solo not very good. We're not going to be doing a Star Wars story anymore. It's like, I don't think a Star Wars story was the problem. I think the problem was that you made a shitty movie on top of a Star Wars story, and you couldn't have it carry it anymore.
Yeah. We're at the point now, I think, where Family Guy respects Star Wars more than Disney does, and that's just sad.
I love those. The Blue Harvest series is great. Yeah. So, right. Anyone else have any positive things to say about Episode 2?
I like how that area looks. The city.
I already said that. Say something else.
Yeah.
I liked the bounty hunter that was on the roof.
There we go.
During the shootout.
The aesthetic.
The white guy. Yeah.
The alligator-looking dude. He was cool.
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
I like that. Just going from Episode 1 and 2 for kind of first watch without connecting what happens after. I liked the third sister killing off the Inquisitor. Really gave her more of an evil. It gave her this more evil power thing. To me, it made it more troublesome for her because it's like going against her ruling, making her more roguelike on her own.
I'm gonna be honest. That annoyed me just because I am familiar with the Inquisitor in another show, so I know he lives after this. So I was like, I don't know if they're breaking their own canon. I don't know if they're. I don't like. I
did not know.
Yeah, he's a villain in Rebels, and that takes place like far closer to the original trilogy than this show does. So I was confused. I didn't feel anything. I'm like, what the fuck? That's pretty much my reaction to that because I didn't know what they were. I didn't know if they were intentionally like breaking canon with that, or if they were just rewriting their own stuff. So it was
without that knowledge to me. I thought I liked it.
I liked it
because it
made him look really stupid.
Yeah, for Grand Inquisitor,
really stupid, Crimson.
Yeah,
fine.
For me the only thing that scene did was, I guess, improve Reva's standing as a character while damaging the Inquisitors as a whole, and thus damaging Vader because they're Vader's Inquisitors. So for me that was too much. I think I'm fine with her being her rogue and rebellious. It's just I don't think this was the way to execute that.
I'll be honest, I completely, like, from the moment I saw, like, the three of them together in the first episode, I was like, oh yeah, these guys are a bunch of backstabbers. And then they literally were. So, I will agree, without, spoiling some future details, it is kind of a little bit of, I guess, a downgrade as far as, the Grand Inquisitor. But I think for how it's set up in the future of this season, I think it doesn't really do it too much damage, but it does detract for that first part.
What we learn with Vader down the line, without getting into too much detail, really makes this scene really bad.
Yeah. It's one of those things. Yeah, I know. You like it in isolation.
Before we spiral down the bad here, I have one more good thing to say.
No more good things.
I may not be alone on this one. Hopefully not. Just seeing Hayden at the end as Vader. I'm like, yay!
Yeah, I liked seeing Hayden as Vader. Yeah, that put a smile on my face.
Was he in the suit, or was that?
Yes.
No,
he's in the tank.
He would not be tall enough.
You'd actually be surprised. Hayden's pretty fucking tall.
Wasn't the guy who played him in the original like 8 feet tall or something?
No, that was Chewbacca.
Not the original. You know what I'm talking about. The guy who thought he was going to voice Darth Vader too, and then he bundled the lines, and they're like, "Yeah, we just want you to be body we're gonna have this other guy.
Oh, for the OT?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, well, that covers that.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, Hayden's 6 foot.
I don't
He's
know
not
any of
6
this. So
foot
I can't.
tall. I'm gonna look this up. You keep going. I'm gonna look it up.
Okay. Things I don't like about this episode. There are numerous. Obi-Wan's just handed convenient forget-me-gas by some random druggie on the street, who's played by his daughter, Obi-Wan's daughter. It's fine. I like the interaction, but the convenience of just being handed this drug that's going to be very, very useful.
Here, have some spice.
Yeah, pretty much.
I was somebody's daughter too.
Yeah.
I was somebody's daughter. Now I'm a man.
And then we had. Oh God, there's so much. I don't see. My issue with this is I'm going to struggle just trying to pick one thing out.
It was David. It was David Prowse, and he was 6'6". There we go.
In the original.
In the original. He had a list.
To us now. We now know that Hayden's shorter.
Anybody ever seen the behind the scenes of those, the original trilogy?
I think so.
I've seen a couple. It's been a while.
It's hilarious watching Darth Vader say in a British lisp all those lines in comparison to James Earl Jones. Freaking great. Anyways, go on.
Yeah. So Crimson, I picked a nitpick, so take it away.
Yeah.
Oh,
knit that pick.
I love knitting picks.
Yeah. They're just nails, you know.
All right. Well, I'll say freaking.
Okay, I'll say it.
Obi-Wan rescuing Leia.
Uh-huh.
Her just saying Jedi left, right, center all the freaking time.
Oh.
And Obi-Wan just being like, well, don't say that.
Don't
say that.
And then he just lets her say it all.
That's our word.
Can you make me float? Then you're not a real Jedi. Jedi!
Jedi! Run away!
I got a Jedi over here.
One thing I did not expect going in the show is how much the show was going to try and actively make me hate Princess Leia as a character, and holy fuck, this show succeeded, and I just was pissed off about that.
Geek, don't worry.
Tried so hard to make her smart in this, but that was just so dumb. The whole thing there.
That whole thing. They had a hole here, a hole there.
And then in the alleyway when they were hiding and that bounty hunter's watch started going on.
Oh, God. What a leap of logic Leia had. It's like, you're
insane.
the reason I'm here. I'm like, how the fuck did you get here? I don't understand your logic path here to get to this.
Did you not see him break you out and all the people he knocked out on the way?
Yeah, it's like, he's the one helping you still. Like, what the fuck?
But she wouldn't have gotten kidnapped if they weren't after him. Which also that didn't make any sense. How do they know about her? Why would they kidnap her?
Because Reva found something in the archives.
Yeah,
because they had a connection to the Kenobi. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
I remember that.
It's just...
Reva found a link between the Argonas and Obi-Wan in the archives.
Yeah.
Which was
That's
that
as much
just
as we
him
get.
dropping off the baby? I don't remember them having any interaction other than that in the original or the prequels.
I have no idea.
They have...
That's all they give us.
It's been a long time since I sat down and watched a George Lucas movie, let me tell you that.
Bail Organa and Obi-Wan have a... they have one of the side stories that I read was called "The Life, the Legend, Obi Wan Kenobi." One of the stories in the book is an adventure that he gets that he goes on with Bail Organa. They crash land on a Sith planet, and the entire time Obi-Wan's being haunted by spirits and stuff. But the point of the book is that Bail Organa and Obi-Wan were bonding. I don't know if that's... I'm pretty sure it's Legends now, that one. And as far as interactions go in the shows, they're very scant. But they exist enough to show that they have a relationship of some sort, so they are aware of each other.
Is that canon or G-canon?
The book I believe is decanonized now, because it was before Disney. It was before Disney took over.
Book made before Disney.
But since the Clone Wars show, the Clone Wars show is canon, so that's where that is where I know they have some interactions, even if they're scant and far in between.
Is that just because they had less power over what the book said, or like what stories the books came out with versus like the actual
They just wanted
media.
to do their own thing.
They wanted to
Didn't
do their
want
own
to tie
thing.
it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wouldn't you just like say like, okay, everything we did before we own this is not canon anymore, and everything we do after, instead of just being like, yeah, the book's out, no books, no more
Well,
books.
it's the same thing.
Yeah.
They
Not-
canonized it.
All the books aren't like massive, are they?
There's a lot of books.
I know there's a lot of books, but like, wouldn't you just say everything and not just books? I know. Okay.
Well, okay.
I know
Okay.
there's a lot more books
Let me
than there are shows and movies,
let me rephrase that. So the books got decanonized, the games got decanonized, and
obviously, yeah.
yeah. So anything that is now under the label of Legends is pretty much got decanonized.
Okay.
So it was more
Thank
than
you.
just the books.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no. I was gonna say no worries. I'm still suffering because I missed the Legends books.
They can
God.
still be canon to you. Don't listen to Disney.
Oh, I mean that's what I do because the sequel trilogy and that is much better than what I got with the
You know what
movies.
you should do though? You should like combine a bunch of like that like stuff and then just pitch it to Disney, and then then it'll technically become canon again because they'll have done it.
I wish.
There you go.
I guess
Anyways.
one more thing on this little street walk bit.
No. No
I
more.
don't know why Obi-Wan took off that gas mask.
Yeah, I don't know why either.
I get him taking
Yeah.
off the blue outfit.
I don't know why he took off. I don't know why he took off
but
the hood.
The mask should have stayed on.
Yeah, so should the hood, and he
stays
takes the
on.
hood off. With even after he knows he's being hunted, he takes his hood off like an idiot. Like, gotta obscure your face, my guy.
But wouldn't they be searching for the one guy who's obscuring his face?
I mean,
There's a
I
whole
know.
bunch of weirdos in this place.
No, I know. I know.
Yeah. So, Sprinks, got anything you dislike in this episode? Anything more?
Got any grapes?
I don't know his character's name, but Kumail Nanjiani.
Oh,
Uh,
Wow.
Kaha?
Padre.
The
Padre.
Jedi. The
Padre.
Jedi.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Padre.
Wow. What a role to give an actor just to say you're in Star Wars.
Yeah. Okay.
Listen,
I like the idea of a grifter, like pretending to be a Jedi. Dangerous job,
good idea.
but it could pay well. But holy fuck, yeah, no, that wasn't good.
Can I
Even
ask
his
a question though?
Sure.
Writer,
Yo, what's
you're
up?
given a role in a Star Wars thing, and it's that role. Would you turn that down?
Well, I have pride in my work, so yes.
Okay. I'm just curious. 'Cause I do. I mean, at this point, it's kind of like if like you love something as a kid, and then like, wait, I get to be in that. Like, wouldn't I don't
mean,
know. I'm not.
It's
saying
it's
that
one of
that's
those
a
things
great
where
role.
it's one of those things where I'd want to go over my scene with the writers because knowing what the Obi Wan Kenobi show is to me, I would
Or
want.
no more role for you now.
Oh yeah, I know. So like I wouldn't like I would accept like I said I would accept that role as a concept, but I would look at my dialogue and go, okay, you need to because
Give me
Henry
a bath and break, I'll write a better story.
pretty much exactly is what I would tell them. I would definitely accept the role with conditions because, I can't use this example because I'm taking Crimson through Witcher 2, so I can't use that example right now. But Henry Cavill, writers wanted him to do certain things in The Witcher 2, and he said no because it would ruin the story. So, as much as like being in Star Wars is a dream for me, I would rather my character be cut and the story be good. Because that is how much I value Star Wars. And don't get me wrong, I wouldn't like having to turn down the role, but I would eventually make that choice because that's the decision I would ultimately come to. Because once I get over my excitement of possibly being accepted, because like I said, I value the things I grew up with very, very much, which is why I don't like Disney's treatment of Star Wars. And why I'm slowly getting more aggravated at the MCU. it's just there's a level of where you should take pride in your work. You really should. That goes for anyone. That's why I like. That's why I agree. That's why I would turn it down. It's just not ain't for me.
You were saying that? Sorry, I had to go off on that little tangent.
Yeah, Spriggs, actor, bad, go.
Well, no. Kumail's a
He's
good
a good
actor.
actor. He is a good
It's
actor.
the role. It's as you said, Ryder, the whole grifter of being a Jedi thing is
interesting.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's a nice little thing added, but man, is he a weakling. And
And
a lot of
stupid.
screen time, which is understand. Yeah, and stupid, but the whole quote unquote distraction for Obi-Wan is
God.
wow.
Yeah, that was bad. Like, I don't know what he was attempting to accomplish with that scene, or what the goal.
It
To
almost
make everyone cringe. That's
if they
what it-
made him if they made him to be more of a smarter character or like a double agent as we double spy as we kind of saw in what was that was Last Jedi, I think. I forget the actor's name, but the guy on the gambling planet who was like
Del Toro, Benicio del Toro. Yeah.
If they made this guy like that, I would have accepted it more if he was actually like just helping himself and just getting by.
You know it's bad when we think Last Jedi does something better than this show.
Yeah. If he was, just trying to help himself in a more selfish way, I think would have strengthened his character. But being like, oh, I'm now a good guy for you, and still just being a complete stupid idiot.
Yeah.
I'm confused why his whole con is being a Jedi, since they're being hunted and killed.
He's not a real Jedi.
So the only thing
do you
that
think anyone would not kill him for that?
So
No.
the old, like I said, it's definitely a way to make money, but it would be absolutely a dangerous job.
I think, but going by, by saying Jedi though, how I'm viewing it is like, it would be less likely that they would say something. Okay, like the people he's helping, right? Not necessarily like competitors or whatever. That would be ridiculous. But like, people he's helping wouldn't say anything because they know how deadly it would be to say, "Oh, I got helped by a Jedi," or something. So I can understand that point of view, but again, there'd still be that thing of like, well, all like somebody who didn't like him could say is like, oh yeah, he's a Jedi, and then they just go down and firing squad him or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the little scout kid, if he just goes to someone and be like, "Oh wow, do you need help with from a Jedi?" and then that person's like, "I hate Jedis."
I don't think he would just.
there.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think that didn't happen, did it?
Yes, it
No.
did.
Well,
Well,
the Kid
I mean the
Scouts,
Kid Scouts. Yes, that is a
Yeah.
thing that's real.
he's the one bringing up that he knows where a Jedi is.
But did he say that they were a Jedi, or somebody was looking for a Jedi? That would be if they were just like going around. If they were just going around saying like, "Oh yeah, I have a Jedi," like yeah, that's stupid. But
She's like,
That's
I got
what
someone
he
who
did.
can help.
no, it's not.
They're a Jedi and they'll help if they're for the right price. That sort of thing. It's
Yeah, I think Jedi was definitely brought up.
yeah.
I'm not saying it was. I'm just saying if the kid just was going around saying, "I know a Jedi, you need a Jedi or something," that's stupid. But
yeah.
it's been that didn't happen. Shut up, that didn't happen.
Oh no, it definitely did. You need to
I
rewatch.
just watched that.
Yeah, it was as frustrating to watch the
No,
first time as it was the second time.
Listen, I remember enough. It wasn't just like, "Hey, I know a Jedi. Come and get a Jedi." No, it was. He was like, "I'm looking for somebody," and it's like, "Well, I have a Jedi that can help you." There you go. That's not at all.
I'll look into it.
She announced that. She announced
No,
though
you're not.
to
You're
him.
gonna watch it.
I am.
She announced to him that he was looking for that she has a Jedi that can help him. So he's not looking for a Jedi, but the kid that's kind of helping him with the job introduces the concept of I can help. I know a guy can help. He's a Jedi. Is what he says. Um, so, uh, yeah, I like the idea of the grifter. As I said, I don't think the character is particularly strong, and it makes it worse when Reva confronts him. And we also find out in this episode that she did go against the wishes of the Inquisitors and did kidnap an Imperial Senator's daughter, and they are going to punish her for this in theory, because that's what they say they're going to do. But nothing seems to come of that.
Well, because she was right.
Yeah.
That's the part that always wins out.
Yeah.
She was right.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I don't. I guess another
You-
gripe for me would be I don't think Obi-Wan wouldn't be aware of Anakin Skywalker as Darth Vader. I think he would know this. So the shock of
that one,
the revelation
that one feels like it could go either
That
way
one,
for me.
yeah.
I can
believe it either way.
I need to be persuaded because I'm in the camp of, well, okay, I guess in my universe he didn't cut himself off from the Force, which is a much bigger issue.
Yeah, that's
So like if has the Force still, he wouldn't be aware of Anakin, but I guess because he cut himself off with the Force, he
didn't actually cut himself off from the Force because he could still use it in the moment.
Well, so could Luke in Last Jedi. He cut himself off, but he would still use it. Like
That seems
dumb.
Yeah, but because I always like whenever I remember cutting off from the Force, meaning like you can't ever go back. You've completely. Granted, most of those people are not as strong with the Force as I'm assuming Kenobi and a Skywalker would be.
Like
so who knows?
It's like I guess they let it atrophy almost, which would. It's still
that's
that's how I read it. Yeah, it was like
they let it
still practice.
Yeah, well, I mean, which already is problematic because Obi-Wan has a job to do on Tatooine to protect Luke, and he let it atrophy, which is like, what was his plan if someone actually did show up to kill Luke?
I don't know. He didn't have a lightsaber.
Yeah, I know he had no plan, which is why
he had his gun, didn't he? He had a gun.
Which is why I found this. I think was the worst part of episode 2 for me, was the fact that it was more or less confirmed that he let his Force atrophy, and which is really bad.
Was
that worse
10
than
years?
Leia outrunning Obi-Wan?
No, well,
No.
This one is more damaging to his character. Leia outrunning Obi-Wan is more of a prop problem than it is a character problem.
Yeah, I agree.
She's running rooftops.
Oh my
like
god,
craziness.
it was this
Short
episode.
little like 5-inch legs,
No.
father legs. No, I will say we're coming 10 years out. We don't know when he stopped practicing or anything. There's a lot here that we're kind of having to fill in for ourselves, which in and of itself is not
Like I'm
good.
I'm fine with him being rusty. I'm not fine with him allowing his Force to be atrophied because that's not something he would do. He has a job to do on Tatooine. His one mission in life is to protect Luke. He cannot do that if he lets his Force atrophy. As I said, I'm fine with him being rusty because he hasn't done it in a while. I'm fine with him not being, a good social person because he's been a hermit for a while. He has to relearn how to do that. He's not the negotiator anymore. He's I'm fine with him being rusty on his skill set for sure, but I don't think he would let his Force atrophy. That to me was too much.
I'm gonna agree arc-wise with you, but for the sake of the story, or the character story, I liked how he kind of had turned his back on the Force because he was, at least, he had I'm not going to say PTSD because I don't think it was ever that far. Yeah, but but that was only after, the whole Anakin, Darth Vader reveal.
Mm-hmm.
Spoiler: if you didn't know, Anakin Skywalker is Darth Vader. Don't watch this. But I liked him kind of having this sort of crisis of almost crisis of faith in the form of everything that the Force did was undone in a way, and it was allowed to happen by them not seeing what was going on, and this sort of crisis of like, I was one with the Force and all this stuff, and it's still everything that I have or had is pretty much gone or being destroyed in the moment. And so that idea of him sort of wanting to close himself off because of the pain of kind of having to then grapple with that idea or that emotion is interesting. I don't think it works.
Yeah,
I don't think they commit to it enough.
Yeah, I like it in concept because, and I can only like it in concept because the prequels exist. He doesn't really show a sign of his broken faith at all at the end of the prequels. He's been given he's given
that though.
Yes, I know, but he's been.
Yeah, I mean that's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, this is like that's why it doesn't work even in like you agree with me arc wise, which is great. It's like I agree with you. Surface level as a concept, I like the idea, but we never really saw him get broken enough to reach that point. Because even at the end of the prequels, in his worst time ever, pretty much, he is given a mission to train. He's given a mission to look after Luke Skywalker by Yoda, and he's also told that he's going to be trained by Qui-Gon. So it's not. There's not enough of it there to commit to even the concept to execute the story of him having a crisis of faith. Like I said, I like the idea and concept. I just don't think it fits within the character at all. I'm fine with them doing that with a Jedi, specifically not Luke Skywalker anymore. But I don't think we have an existing Jedi that we can do that with. Where we can work with that we know of. I think we can work with Quinlan Voss because Quinlan Voss is apparently alive. Thank you, show, for confirming that.
Before we. Because I am agreeing with you.
Yeah.
But I think a little, and granted, this is also a little bit of a problem with how they're approaching it. I think 10 years out is a little too far, and again, we're filling in stuff here where or I'm filling in stuff that isn't there. So I'm already kind of negating my position here, where I'm like, you are still technically correct. And I think that's a little bit of an issue of like, we're 10 years out from, where the prequels ended, essentially. And there's a bunch of stuff that could have happened there that they're alluding to not so greatly that could explain why there's this kind of crisis of faith in some form way to set this up is what, I'm not saying they're doing it correctly, but just to set it up. But they're not giving hard evidence. So, again, I have to agree with you on that, on that point of view. But I like the concept of it in concept.
Yeah.
And I think they do probably as close as they're going to get in this without it kind of becoming
a character-driven story.
Yeah. They're getting as close as they can.
Because
and I mean, I would rather them not do it and have it work, but I'm glad that they even attempted. Is what I'm trying to,
Yeah, like if they were to commit to that idea, I think that again, because there are hints of it in episode 1 for sure. Yeah. But it would be a very self-contained story where Obi-Wan never left Tatooine. I think that would have been.
Yeah.
They would have to commit to it 100%, which they could have. Which it's just sad that they didn't. I guess.
I mean, the issue is like Star Wars is such a big franchise.
Yeah,
I'm setting something like such a big franchise, and I know you're a very very big fan, but I think you're a very big fan of more the stories and the characters than anything. If I'm I don't want to put words in your mouth there. But,
I mean, that's kind of where I lean yes, but I also don't want that my stance to degrade like the idea of telling new stories, because the world of Star Wars is so vast that you can tell new stories like Solo. I may not like Solo, but I like I like the individuality of Solo as
I
a
know.
movie. So
I was setting something up there. I wasn't trying to set that up, but but you would probably fall. You're into the stories and a bunch, not just the stories that have been told, but like the stories that can be told and all that stuff in the world of Star Wars. But I think that's another issue because Star Wars is such a big thing. Like the fans are so diverse in what they like in it that it is kind of hard to just sort of do something that's specific. I get so like I listen. I would have been more than happy if it was just like a character study of him just being on Tatooine, day in day out. But I'm sure there's also a good chunk of Star Wars fans that be really disappointed and really, that there wasn't any action or So I I can kind of at least see from a writer or like a creator perspective on this that it's very hard to do something kind of small scale and individualistic without alienating. So I think that what they were trying to do, and I'm not going to say it was great, or well executed, but trying to kind of do that while bringing in, a bunch of other elements that, the diverse fan base would be interested in. Yeah. And I think that is something that they've kind of. I think Disney just fucked up. I don't think it's the creators of these movies that are the big problem. I think Disney's kind of fucked up and dropped the ball too many times for that to be the only case. But I think there is this thing where it's very hard to do something that has as long of a history as Star Wars does. That's new, that doesn't kind of alienate people, I guess.
In trying to please everyone, you will please no one. That's
exactly.
Usually...
I agree. Yeah.
So,
I agree.
Yeah. So I don't really have anything to say against what you're saying because I agree. Just I like that there are touches of it in here, but there's like I said, they needed to commit more to justify said touches. You know what I'm saying?
I would say this is closer to I think what was really good about Rogue One than has been for a very long time, with the exception of like Mandalorian or and Boba Fett. And I think again though I think a lot of this suffers from it being a show that was originally a movie.
Yeah,
I think they kind of had to fill her in too much.
All right. There was a lot of time on episode 2, yeah. So we got any final thoughts?
That, everybody. Sorry.
Yeah.
I do have the scene with the kid up real quick. Whose name is Jaco, by the way?
Jaco.
No. Yeah. So Obi-Wan is standing, looking around, and Jaco goes up to Obi-Wan saying, "You having trouble? There's a Jedi. He helps people."
Okay.
Obi-Wan says the Jedi are all gone. He says, "I'll take you to him for the right price." There you go. It's the scene. So he literally just brings up Jedi.
Oh, that's.
He didn't do his accent though, correct? He's like, the Jedi are all gone.
Yeah.
The Jedi are all gone.
Yeah. So, Spriggs, any final notes for episode 2 before we move on?
I like the small little cameo of Ewan McGregor's daughter.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Sinister. Anything?
I think I got all my points.
All right.
More.
Crimson. Anything?
Any gripes?
Any last gripes?
How about Leia just trying to kill herself?
Oh yeah, jumping. She thought she was in Assassin's Creed or something. Didn't work.
I laughed at that. You really thought you were going to make that, Leia. You thought you would just want to kill yourself.
She outrun a Jedi.
Yeah.
She outrun a Jedi.
That's true. She outrun a Jedi and 3 mercenaries.
Maybe she really did think she could make it because of that. All right. And with that, I guess we're moved along to episode 3.
The Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, I wish. Episode 3 is
interesting.
Yeah, to say the least. It's an odd one. I can't think of anything really to praise about it because it relies on, I guess, characters all around being stupid. From the side characters to the main ones, I don't think there was a single thing I liked about this episode. Other than, I guess it was cool to see Darth Vader. That was nice, I guess. Thumbs up for surface level shit.
Darth Vader
Interesting.
always sells anything. True.
Yeah, I do not have anything positive to say about this episode. And that's I even the surface level, like the smallest thing for me is annoying. So I'm gonna just pass this one off to see if anyone else has anything positive to say about it. So
Sounds like Sprinks does.
Sprinks, go right ahead.
I'm thinking it over. This might be my favorite episode out of them
Oh.
all.
Dun 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 dun.
Interesting. We have some dissension here.
Well, go on.
I guess I'll go
Go
off.
on.
My favorite part of this episode is the shuttle that they get on.
Mhm. Oh, that whole little bit.
Mole-looking dude.
You like the mold?
Yeah, the shuttle that they got on with an Empire symbol on it. Great idea.
Yeah, I think that was amazing. I
His name was
think
Frank.
Oh my god.
Oh.
You're fucking with me, right?
no, it made me connect to like World War II
Yeah.
going on like Nazi
Like Schindler's
you know,
List.
Yeah, like being in enemy grounds and hiding, and I thought that was awesome. It's just giving this feel and fear of where they are.
I will say I'm not laughing because I disagree. I just like how I can tell Ryder is getting just he's gonna just beat you to death with the script.
All right. First off, okay, I'm just gonna focus on the mole thing first.
Things first,
You-
I'm the realist.
Yeah, okay. We're gonna talk about Obi-Wan at the start of this is like the Empire ravaged this planet. So already you should be worried. Empire controlled planet. 2, he sees a truck driver with essentially the Star Wars version of a Nazi symbol on it, and he still thinks it's a good idea to get on this truck. I don't, and they're going to a spaceport. I don't see the connection is very thin to what you're describing, Springs. I don't see how functionally Obi-Wan would make this decision. Granted, it's not Obi-Wan.
What's the alternative?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the alternative is to wait, because they decided after 2 minutes that no one's coming, Leia, and like you could have waited like a fucking hour to see.
Well, he's not the one that approached the truck. Leia did.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
So what would,
For a
in
second,
your
he's like,
opinion,
no, we don't need a ride on an Imperial. Why are you saying Imperial? Why don't you want to take a ride on this?
yeah, what would
Perfectly fine.
Obi-Wan
Yeah.
say respectfully to the guy in order for him to just move about his day?
Use the Force.
Apologize for your
Well, he's
granddaughter and say we're sorry. We're waiting around for someone.
It's just but isn't there already like there has to be like a mass communication, like if you see anybody that looks like a Jedi, shoot them on sight. Like I don't know. I was more believable of like, okay, this is interesting. That's what I'll say.
And they were nice to Frank, and Frank still gave him up. So I think he would have called it in regardless.
Yeah, I was kind of waiting. I was like, maybe he's gonna be like, nice, and he's just sort of.
Well,
like,
I mean,
doing
there's
the
no way
path.
this works script-wise. So, like, functionally, anything will break down. So, I'm just going to agree with you, Crimson, that it breaks down that way too, because it does.
Sprinks, more good things. That's your favorite one.
I also like how when it comes to Stormtrooper conversations, it's
There's
usually all
something.
I've seen it all in just kind of fan made or parodied kind of look. So I really appreciated that they actually had Stormtroopers just talk about kind of their day and what they've been up to.
Yeah.
I have no
I
idea
thought
what they were
it was-
doing out there, just ravaging a field, I guess. But yeah,
I think that's totally
Well, they were
fine. It
looking
didn't
for
need to
a
be
Jedi.
explained.
They're looking for a Jedi.
They said that.
yeah,
His name is Obi Wan Kenobi.
yeah. It's a shame that they don't have hollows of his face. Just saying.
Yeah, well,
I don't know
they're
why they don't have a
Stormtroopers, not
vehicle.
clones, so I thought that was okay. Because
They don't need to know his face. I'm talking about the Empire would have distributed his face now that they know where he
Do they
was.
have do they have like a? Would they have access to like a person? Of his face?
Absolutely, they do.
Okay.
So,
Well, 'cause it's on, like,
even the ones that are out looking specifically for a Jedi would have been told what he looks like.
Sorry, I was not making it like that they were stupid. I was making it like because I felt like they were hinting at that there was a bunch of like Jedi stuff that was just destroyed. So I was curious if they would actually still have record of like all of their like appearances and stuff, or if it would just be last known location or
Well, as we
Well, they have an
know,
old picture of
the bounty hunters are already
Okay,
spreading a
that's-
picture of
that's all
Obi-Wan.
That
So
is all I needed to be told.
yeah.
Okay. So on the planet in episode 2 that they were on, and knowing that they were after Obi-Wan and hunting him down, and the third, I keep saying third sister, but the third sister saw them go off on a vessel ship and go off planet.
Yes.
She never shared that information with any of her lower rank henchmen, I guess.
She told it to the other.
The other Inquisitors are helping her hunt him down, especially since she's informing Lord Vader at the beginning of this episode, essentially.
Yeah, she told the other Inquisitors. That's why they sent
So
out all the droids or drones. Or whatever.
I'm just trying to think what's faster is... What is faster? Is it Obi-Wan and Leia on this planet, or is it the information that he's out and about that got
that is true
to all?
it's a very big system. And
So they know they're
These
looking for
stormtroopers
a
just walk out of a
specific
field.
Jedi.
Yeah,
They know they're looking for a specific Jedi, so they would have that information then.
yeah. They have enough to know that they are looking for a Jedi, and they would have enough. They would have his face. So I mean, I don't like the probe droid sequence either, but that's
What are the odds?
I know. Like I said, I don't really like anything about this episode. So sorry, you were saying, Springs.
Well, because the stormtroopers are, out in field looking, I don't think they would have really gotten transmission of anything out there. So I think that still fit
Well, how do they know what they're looking for then?
beforehand.
Why would they have been deployed?
Yeah.
They say they are looking for a Jedi, so why would they have been deployed at all without the knowledge?
Was that aimed at me or
Yes.
Chris?
Yes, that was aimed at you.
Oh, well, no, that's what I'm great. I know they're on this planet looking for a Jedi. I'm just saying they don't know that it is Obi-Wan that they're exactly looking for from previous, because that information hasn't gotten to them.
They had to have.
They
gotten
had
that
to have gotten that
to
information
look for him.
in order to be deployed
Is
to look for
Obi-Wan
him.
the only Jedi they're looking for?
So you're okay. So the problem with this argument is that you're now relying on another Jedi possibly being on this planet in order for them to have been out looking for a Jedi.
There's
Yeah,
potential ground
because-
here because of the path, but they didn't establish this.
Okay. Well, I'm going off of episode 1 with the other Force user guy.
Yeah, it's true.
So there's other... I don't know if that dude was a Jedi himself or just had the ability for Force. I don't really
No, he
know.
was a Jedi. Cause he
That
knew what he was
guy
doing,
is
so,
young enough to have been a youngling when Order 66 happened. So Reva
Yeah,
hunting him
he-
down is perfectly in character. Just saying.
Okay, so that makes me believe that in this story there are other people like him all over that they are hunting for, which is what I believe these stormtroopers here on this planet are doing. Are just hunting more Jedis or Force users or anything of that nature, but not necessarily distinctly aimed at Obi-Wan because they haven't gotten that information.
I am more willing to believe a stormtrooper to be short-sighted in that regard than I am like a general or a higher up. I will say I am more than fine filling in a gap there that they could be.
So
looking.
even
If it was
even if I
such a general,
even if
yeah,
I
I'm not-
concede
yeah, I'm not
this,
gonna buy that.
it just damages Disney's concept of the Empire more. So
Yeah.
like I said, this damaging is either going to be done to Obi-Wan choosing to get on this truck with stormtroopers, and these stormtroopers and if these stormtroopers don't know, that's damaging to the Empire. So
he
it's
didn't get on it.
there-
with the
no,
stormtroopers.
but he saw the
stormtroopers
Empire
got
symbol.
on it
He
with
could have.
him on it.
He saw the Imperial symbol. He could have assumed that is
True.
a logical assumption to make.
Yeah, it's also though again that falls under it because they granted this is just the story, so they could have been avoided, but he didn't really have much choice of getting on or getting or not in the moment.
No, you could have made an
So-
excuse to leave. I mean, you're an adult. You have a. You're
No,
letting
I-
would you let your kid talk for you? It's like I said. It's not. It's not good.
I don't know.
So like I
Other
said,
things you like, Sprinks?
yeah.
Since we're still in the positive section.
Sorry. I will try to reel it in.
Okay. I like how do I word this? How understanding Obi-Wan is with his scenarios. So like if he has the upper hand, he'll take it. If he's outmanned and outgunned, he'll surrender.
Oh, that's another thing. He's like super unsocialized, so wouldn't he not be able to talk himself out of even a scenario like that, though? Like, well,
Well, that's kind of what happened on the ship when he called Leia.
yeah.
Oh my god, I ripped my hair out.
Shut up.
Yeah.
When he said Leia, come on.
Shut up.
That's lazy. That is freaking lazy.
You're lazy.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. Okay. Like I'm gonna break all that down when we get to gripes. So keep going.
Okay. I don't remember the name of the lady who's helping them.
Lady hat.
I just
Yeah.
wrote down spy in my notes.
Yeah, her reveal was okay. I guess it could have been stronger, but it was okay.
I liked it.
I liked.
Yeah, that was fine.
I
another
don't like.
droid.
I didn't like it.
Sorry. Keep going.
I liked another droid actually being used now and shown because so far it's just been the little Leia droid this whole time.
Oh, you mean the loader?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was on my list of positives for
Yeah,
this episode, was I liked the loader bot.
Yeah. Loader was, I guess, a positive technically.
I like the hidden little alcove with all the written down writings of past refugees. That was cool. The loader and the stormtroopers to me was a good humorous part that didn't seem forced and didn't seem over the top. It felt kind of natural because it was just an annoyance from the stormtroopers, which gave the humor.
Okay. Well, I have a problem with that too. So just keep going. Just.
Okay. Darth Vader looks cool.
He doesn't look drool.
He looks cool and powerful, and just murdering people.
He looks like if he took his pants off, he'd have a very big wiener. Yeah.
Your words, not mine.
That's why I said
Big
it.
wiener energy, precisely.
BDE.
I liked how the lighting used for kind of the hiding part of Darth Vader and Obi-Wan was from their lightsabers only.
Yeah.
And I guess the fire, but I liked that the color on them was their lightsaber color.
Yes.
So I thought that was very cool. Their fight was very small, which I guess is fitting for only being episode 3.
Yeah.
It didn't need to go in this whole, like Revenge of the Sith fight. I think Darth Vader dragging Obi-Wan through the fire to
That
burn
was
him.
good. I like that.
I do like that, and Obi-Wan just so rusty and out of practice of force or defending himself really, just kind of took it, which I think fit. And Darth Vader wasn't just just to kill him; he was making him suffer and to torture him. So I thought that was very good, and I think those are my highlights.
All right. Sinister, you got anything?
No, I got most of mine in with agreeing with Spring. So.
Crimson.
Mine were. I liked
the
Vader's suit getting constructed in the beginning of the episode.
Yeah.
Kind of reminded me of Master Chief's at the end of Halo 4. Except this was coming off.
Yeah.
I liked that. Like Sprinks, I liked the lightsabers. This is probably my favorite. Not the fight. The fight wasn't very good to me, but the actual sabers and the light I really liked.
The lighting. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that throughout this whole show is how the lightsabers looked. I liked the loader bot, and on a surface level, I liked Frank.
He wished he could become Frank for the loader bot.
I wish I could become loader bot, but
Sadly, I cannot. This is the second loader bot I like. I like the loader bot in Tales from the Borderlands too.
Loader bots, man. They just get you every time.
Like every time. I think that was my positives for this. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I liked everything to do with Vader, for the most part. So I like the burning, as well, and then the loader bot. Pretty much it. I didn't like anything else. Everything like, and those are just surface level things, because I think those scenes break down, or don't hold up anyways. Unfortunately. So I guess we should just. I'm ready to dive into the gripes. So.
Right, go ahead.
Yeah, just rip it off.
Okay. So. We know. I don't like the probe droid sequence with when they're scanning him for her to show his face, because
You just let it happen.
yeah, one, he let it happen. Two, Han Solo shoots a probe droid 3 times in Empire Strikes Back before it self-destructs, and Obi-Wan shoots this one once, and it just blows up immediately. Like the blast goes through it physically. So already,
I have
world
an
breaking.
answer. He's got Jedi aim, so he found the one weak spot and hit it. So
All right,
that's-
so already
that's an easy
world, so
solution.
already world damaging done, and they the stormtroopers could clearly see him reach for his blaster, and the fact that they don't react to it is another problem. I don't.
Stormtroopers, I buy that
Yeah,
one.
stormtroopers. Honestly, that solves a lot of that problem.
Ryder, do you think the difference could be simply the blaster between Han Solo's and Obi-Wan's?
No, because I know for a fact Han Solo's blaster is supposed to be a very, very powerful blaster, and I don't know what Obi-Wan's holding. So if Han Solo's blaster can't do it, I don't think Obi-Wan's blaster can do it, because Obi-Wan's blaster is even smaller than his.
Also
Also
an older model.
I don't like that Obi-Wan holds Frank hostage and uses him as a meat shield. I thought that was a nick against his character. I do think that he would knock the driver out, but I don't think he would use him as a meat shield in this scene. I did like the gore, I guess, of a stormtrooper getting cut in half by this fucking laser shield grid.
Pretty awesome.
I don't know. So that I guess that's my first gripe at that scene. It just falls apart at world building level. Damages probe droids, and it damages stormtroopers even more, because stormtroopers are just fodder at this point. Have
they ever not been though? I mean, let's be honest here. They kind of because that's the biggest. Thing
no, they had to let them go in A New Hope. That's the whole thing. It was orchestrated. So stormtroopers have definitely been competent before, and they're definitely competent in Empire Strikes Back too, when they're hunting down the rebel base and literally tearing through the base, killing rebels as far as we know. And we've seen them competent before.
Well, that's just number games, though. That's not the capabilities of individuals.
Then all I'd have to point out.
Thing, yeah.
Then all I'd have to point out is the start of A New Hope, where there's 20 rebels aiming down one door, and only 3 stormtroopers die as they clear that room out of rebels.
Well, that's because the rebels sucked.
Yeah.
How convenient.
That's
Well,
like,
you said about the other way.
Yeah, like okay, they have 50 stormtroopers all aiming for one guy and they all miss. Like, that's impossible. So all you can say is like, oh yeah, stormtroopers suck and they're awful aimers. I mean,
like I said, it damages the world building. So I agree.
That's been said in since like the original trilogy of like they have to explain what they don't have to, but well, it doesn't make any sense why 50 stormtroopers would miss like 3 people. And it's like, oh, well, they're not very skilled. They're not like the and then later after when the clones came out and they were like actually effective, it's like, oh well, stormtroopers.
Well, that's the thing. The New Hope was orchestrated. They let them go because they were supposed to. They're tracking them to the rebel base.
Yes, but I'm not saying just that. I'm saying like if you like in all the other ones, there's also those moments of them being like incompetent and not being able to shoot worth shit. So how would you like explain that away without?
I'm waiting for a direct citation.
I'm not gonna give. I haven't watched them in a few years now. That's
Simple.
why I'm not gonna give you one.
They do shoot the Ewoks. Like, you can see them hitting Ewoks.
They get bodied by the Ewoks. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they do. They do get bodied by the Ewoks. But they shoot the Ewoks too. Like, they're accurately hitting them. So I don't know what you want me to say to that. We're arguing about their ability to
Be
aim.
refuted, and I think I gave one that you cannot.
No, I don't have to refute that. They shot at the Ewoks and landed hits. Ewoks are dying too. So what more do you want me to say to that?
Well, it's like okay, so if they're good in you know, A New Hope and everything, they did it on purpose, which I understand that.
And they're good in Empire. They're decent in Return of the Jedi.
Okay, but here's the thing: are they good in every situation, or are they only good in the situations that you've cited? Though is what I'm asking. Like, for as far as like, okay, they shot Ewoks, they let the people go, they were good in Empire. Like, is there?
They're competent in the OT for the most part.
I'm just saying, like every time
the scenes where they're being competent outnumber the scenes where they're being, in quotes, incompetent in the OT.
Mm.
So that's why I still, anything that damages the Empire as a whole is just them. You can write them off saying, "Oh, stormtroopers just suck." I mean, that's fine, but that just damages the world building of the Empire. Then
what Crimson brought up, though, is it they are skilled soldiers, or is it a numbers game? Though that's the real question of their competency. Is it like, if you had like 5 stormtroopers, would they just get decimated in one go against like 1 or 2?
How many
rebels?
stormtroopers does it take to kill one Ewok?
Yeah, that's the other. I'm like, it's like there's a difference between like if you have like 5,000 unskilled soldiers versus like 20 okay people or okay soldiers. It's like, yeah, I'm sure they would probably kick ass for like the first couple hours and then probably die. I mean, that doesn't mean that the winning side of those 5,000 incompetent soldiers was competent. That just means they had 5,000 more than the other team.
Yeah, and Ewoks outnumbered the stormtroopers. So how does this refute my point?
I'm not saying it refutes it. I'm just saying it comes down to like, are they as competent as they need to be, or are they competent? Depending on the scene. Or
they're competent now when the writers want them to be.
Okay.
There used to be consistency, but it's gone.
Okay.
I'm just pointing out that this is being inconsistent with what we've established.
It's like the classic, like, Dragon Ball Z, like, well, how strong is he? And it's like, oh, he's as strong as he needs to be for that one fight, and then, there's no consistency. That's what I was trying to get at. I was like, okay, are they competent every single time they're, fighting, or are they only competent when they need to be? And then you could say that, like, they
used to, like, so they used to be really competent in the OT. They are a competent force to be reckoned with. They aren't anything outside of that anymore, which is why I have a problem. Because it's very easy to work within that.
We're gonna rehash this argument after I rewatch the original trilogy.
Okay, I'll look forward to that.
I don't have enough remembrance right off the top of my head to refute you or accurately disagree.
Okay, yeah, I'll look forward to that then. Yeah. All right, I got mine out and it went to a tangent.
Talk about Obi Wan here.
Dude.
Crimson, take it away.
Troopers, they be bugging, right?
No. Huh? What? I'm here.
Crimson, got any gripes?
Oh, I do have gripes. Let's jump to the Vader fight. Or just before, where Obi-Wan sees him and then he just runs away. That was hilarious.
It was very awkward.
And it was not supposed to be funny either.
No, but it was.
That was pathetic, actually. Well, I guess one could argue, well, he was just buying time, but that's not what was happening. That's not why he ran away.
I was in the
it would have been.
I know what they were
it would have been
for.
more clear if he was buying time. Like, if he just kept running, like, we could see him not be terrified, I guess.
Yeah, Not great.
No.
And the fire scene, I guess, was fine, but Vader not putting out the second fire that was made by the spy lady,
Wasn't
that
he,
is
like,
inexcusable.
Isn't he like deathly afraid of fire though? After the whole.
He started the
fire?
first fire.
Okay, fair enough.
And he could just put it down. He put out the first fire too, so stormtroopers can go retrieve Kenobi. So that is an issue that he didn't just put out this fire
He
again.
could put out the second one,
Or he didn't
They
just
could
walk
go
around.
the fire if he ran out of the Force.
Yeah. He needs his
there's
recharge
no way
setting.
Obi-Wan got away from that situation. Quite absurd, actually.
Yeah.
You're absurd.
Well, maybe I am, but not right now.
All right. Sprinks, do you
You're
got
an
a
absurd little
gripe?
human being.
I do. The part where Obi-Wan is staring out into a field and sees a version of Anakin.
Anakin.
Why?
It's the one and only time they touch on it. There's no other seeing things or hearing things. It's one and done, which I think was a waste.
Oh, you think they should have done like more of that?
I think if they were doing it to begin with, they needed to show more.
I would
What are
agree
we
with
talking
that.
about right now?
There's
Towards-
yeah, makes sense that you'd forget.
Towards the beginning, Obi-Wan is with Leia walking down the path, and Obi-Wan looks out kind of on the horizon on a hill and sees like Anakin.
Oh,
his
I
cloak.
see. His weird hallucination bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I find that a little weird.
Yeah, it's
But,
definitely weird.
It's weird though because how small. That's the only time it really happened. I think if they had actually set it up a little bit more,
Yeah.
it wouldn't be weird.
Yeah.
But
Like,
Yeah,
I agree.
I think if he put Anakin's face on an existing person, it'd be better for me. But the fact that that was just a
that would be
figment,
weirder. That would
the
be
fact that
weirder
it was
to
just a
me.
figment, he just randomly saw Anakin and nobody was there. Like, that's strange. If he saw
Sure.
someone that kind of looked like Anakin and just misinterpreted the guy, then that would work better for me personally. But, that's not in this episode, is it? Never mind. All right,
You
no.
can just say it. Just go for
Well,
it.
The parts where they jump back and forth between the training with
Mhm.
Anakin,
I like
is that for the audience, or is that like Obi-Wan's?
No,
Ma-
well,
it's
Well,
supposed
well,
to be
thoughts.
thematic.
it's supposed to be
Well, it's
thematic because
it's thematic, but
But yeah, no, that's 100% mostly for the audience, yeah.
yeah, because the audience just and also because it's been many years since prequels came out, so they're kind of also trying to tread on the whole their different fighting styles at the same time. It's also thematic though, which is I liked it. But yeah, it's supposed to just show people who are maybe a little bit unfamiliar with Anakin and are more familiar with Darth Vader, just the difference in their individual fighting styles and kind of setting up like why Darth Vader does what he does and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Which I like that. I like that whole juxtaposition. It's very interesting.
Do you
Putting an actual practice fight versus like the actual fight itself is very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Do you got a gripe about episode 3 Sinister? Another one or more?
That the spy lady leaves the girl alone and goes back to help, or quote unquote help Obi-Wan felt very, very stupid to me.
And we also find out that Reva has teleporting abilities, which is nice.
Yes.
how did she get in front of Leia?
How did she get in front of Leia, and also how did she miss the spy lady?
How did she find the tunnel? Did I miss something? Can one of you even tell me that?
No, it was the
totally
Force. It was on accident. I have no fucking idea how she found it. She watched the LetterBox leave the building and just went in behind it. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, went in and like, you know what? I think there's a secret door here.
It's pretty
Flies the
much.
switch. Oh, wow, Jedi's have been here. Oh, look, another secret door. Oh my God, there's a tunnel.
Yeah.
Like, what?
What?
Yeah.
What? Yeah, that sucked. That point. Ryder, do you think Vader killing
civilians nonchalantly is in character for him.
Yes.
I've been thinking about it because I'm on the fence still of whether it's in character for Vader or not. I think he wouldn't kill them outright. He would torture them because that would lure. I think that would more quickly lure Obi-Wan out. So, I know why the raw brutality is just kind of a thing with Vader, but I'm more leaning towards he would torture them than kill them. So that's kind of where I'm at with that.
Okay, I was just curious where your headspace was on that.
Yeah, like I said, it looks cool. It's just not. It's not something I would think Vader would do. It's not his go-to. He could be very angry that Obi-Wan's there, but it's not really conveyed enough since mostly Vader seems to be toying with him.
Yeah, I mean, but I guess, like, you're correct, and I think torture would probably lure him out more, but I think if he was seeing, like, this is his, Padawan, now, like, killing people right in front of him, and he could, stop it, you know what I mean? I think both work. I think you're still right in that torture probably would work better.
It works better, but I'm not against the idea.
Yeah, I'm like, it doesn't, like, I don't think it destroys anything.
Yeah, it's
so
not damaging.
Like,
it's just he made the decision. So
yeah.
All right. I mean,
are we on?
I mean,
are we
no.
on to episode 4?
Well, one more thing popped in my mind during the Vader fight. Why didn't Vader just pull Obi-Wan back?
I have no idea. And also that to kind of jump on that as part of one of my gripes is it's a cardinal rule that you can't just reach out and grab someone with the Force.
No, it would be a free kill.
Because I mean, like, you can't just reach out and grab them and hold them in place with the Force in that, like, during a fight, because then it damages pretty much every lightsaber fight in existence. So it's kind of an unspoken rule that you can't do that. Video game developers have an answer for this, but
Obi-Wan can't use the Force anymore. He couldn't defend himself.
But he's using the Force before this, so he can. He just wouldn't be able to do it effectively.
Not strong enough.
You think he's strong enough to counter Vader? Come on.
No way.
Could barely pick up Leia.
And even that was just sheer, like, adrenaline moment.
Man, the growth is going to be staggering, isn't it? All right.
But, like, continue. I cut you off. Sorry.
Like I said, it's just one of those unspoken rules that you're not supposed to do that because it does break down lightsaber fights at a world building level the same way the hyperspace ram breaks all space warfare in Star Wars. Thank you, Ryan. It's as damaging as that in my eyes that he was able to do that. I'm okay with Vader getting him to that point, but it happens way too quickly. Like, he reached...
Do you think, so, like... sorry, I don't mean to cut you off mid-thought there, but do you think, like... Okay, granted, most of the time, like, they don't even attempt, to force pull somebody in the middle of a, lightsaber duel and everything.
Well, I mean, they do force push people in duels and stuff like that, but you can't grab them and suspend them because people would get out of that.
That's what I mean. Do you think that this, at least in this setup of it, that's more due to his withered Force abilities than him, just being like a world-breaking thing, or is that even? It's
the problem with it is that he's clearly he's struggling, but he's clearly holding his own. So he would break out of this, or at least because he's just being held there. He could still counter. He's able to move objects.
Yeah. But is it? I'm also, though, like, when I was reading it, it was also, or like, when I was seeing it, I should say, and granted, I agree with you in this, after him, or after seeing it, but like, there's a lot of emotional turmoil going on in this, a lot of, and then also his lessened or lack of, strong ability, with the Force. I could see him getting held. However, I still think I agree with you overall.
Like I said,
But
I can see him getting
yeah.
to this point. Like, I'm okay with
Yeah.
this being an end result, but there needs to be a more obvious approach to it. Like, Vader's distracting him with the Force. Like, Vader threw an object at him first, so he has to catch it, and he's not able to protect him from Vader grabbing him. Something's like more like that would provide more of an opening. But the fact that he just when Obi-Wan's pretty much straight up looking at him, and he just grabs him out of nowhere and holds him there. Like, this is something that he would have clearly tried earlier, when Obi-Wan didn't know that he was there, because he pretty much sneaks up at Obi-Wan in the beginning of the fight. And obviously, I don't like the fight. I think it's poorly choreographed, but I do like the lighting of it.
I'm okay with it just because later on we get the better. So I like this sort of just... I like this in the way of it just sizing up where they're at, both, in this, at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
It's not great, but I like it in the concept of that, so...
yeah.
Are we done?
Yeah. Is that any final thoughts before we move on to episode 4?
That's it for me.
Yeah, I'm all good. So I most of my stuff is just nitpicks. So I gotta stick with the groundwork. So Crimson, you got any final thoughts?
No.
I think he's busy. So
Oh no.
yeah,
We'll take it as such.
Yeah, we'll take it.
All right. No, too late. Too late.
I ate a cracker. Didn't want to make noise.
Okay.
You cracker.
Cracker. Yes, I'm done here.
All right, then we shall move on to episode 4. Also, Reva got Leia. That's pretty much the only thing we need to remember from episode.
Yeah.
Reva got Leia.
Yeah, she possessed
Episode 4, the water level.
the water level. This is pretty much ripped out of Fallen Order. The mission here.
That's true. Yeah, it is. Basically exactly the same.
I will tell. I think on the surface of what I liked for this episode, I like that they got some Obi-Wan's moveset correctly. Because Obi-Wan moves in a very, very specific way when he's using his lightsaber. And I think they kind of nailed it when he's blocking blaster bolts and stuff in this episode. Because he very much is very reminiscent of his moveset in the prequels and is very much reminiscent of his actual, like, what he studied at the Jedi Temple.
Yeah,
I noticed that as well.
Piggybacking off of that, I just want to say, we've talked a lot of shit. We've said a lot of bad stuff about this show. I just want to everybody know, and especially the people that are in this, Ewan McGregor never doesn't give 110% in this show.
Oh my goodness, Ewan McGregor is just wonderful. I love him, and I'm just sad with the script they gave him.
He is. I don't feel. Never when I was watching, I said I feel like he was phoning it in. Grant, he had some hacky lines or whatever, but never did I feel like it wasn't being lifted in some way. So, just want to give a shout out to Mr. McGregor.
Yeah,
doing a good job.
But yeah, so I guess Springs, positive things, episode 4.
All right, positives. Let's see. I like how Obi-Wan does hand-to-hand. Even if it's the slight stealth hand-to-hand with a stormtrooper when he emerges kind of from the moon, what's it called, the moon door?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, moon roof.
When he comes out of the water.
Yeah.
I thought that was cool. No blaster, no lightsaber. It was just fists.
Yeah.
I really like the intensity of him using the Force to hold back the broken glass.
Yeah.
I think just the part of him holding the glass with the stormtroopers trying to open the door and Leia behind him and all of that one part of it I thought was very cool.
Yeah. I obviously there's
after, but
I have a gripe with that too. But continue if you got any more, or I could just move down the line here. So.
And I think the last thing I liked about it was the rebels coming in to help them. Towards the end.
Yeah,
that's fair. Sinister, you got anything, or other than praising you McGregor's greatness?
No,
I do have one small, little thing, if I can.
Go. All right.
Yeah, go.
I don't think it was targeted the way it was shown for audience or anything, but in the Lego games, because I didn't say that at the beginning, but I also played a lot of the Star Wars video games.
Same.
In the video games, anytime I was on an Empire level, little freaking mouse droids would go by, and I'd always chase them down to destroy them. I was pretty pleased that they shot a mouse droid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that they killed a little thing.
I agree with
That's
that.
what I was wondering.
I love the mouse droids as well. Nice touch.
Yeah, it really felt like I was on an Empire base when I saw that. I was like, oh, we're on it.
Yeah, Fortress Inquisitorius.
Yeah. Trying to think if there's anything else I liked about. I liked that they had the classic torture device of the Empire. They didn't use it.
Yeah, Reva's okay with torturing a kid. Wonderful. Just
yeah.
gonna throw that out there.
Well, yeah, she's evil.
They waited a long. Listen, they put it off for a really long time. They didn't do it right away like I thought they were going to do. I'm sure I'll probably think of some other positives.
Positives as we go along.
Yeah. So pass it along.
Yeah. All right, Crimson. Got any?
Let's see. When Obi-Wan was freeing Leia from the torture device, I liked the lightsaber in the dark. More towards that lightsaber glow.
Yeah,
I think they did a good job in that.
That one is definitely Force Unleashed. That was an homage to that, I think.
Star
Homage.
No. What was the other thing?
We don't know what you're going to
Spy.
say.
I think the spy was pretty decent, even though there was no reason she should have gotten as far as she did.
Oh,
But,
yeah.
I think she played her part. The actress did well.
Yeah.
I liked the "I'm a lying liar" thing with Reva.
Yeah, like she's a really good liar to Reva. I really liked her dialogue at Reva.
Yeah. I think that was pretty much it on the positives that haven't already been mentioned.
Yeah. Trying to think of anything else for positives on my end. I like the homages to A New Hope, where he's, he's hiding behind things, distracting stormtroopers, and it was very nice. And I agree with Springs. I like the hand-to-hand stuff because that's something he did in the prequels. So it's nice to know that something is still there, I guess. Like, because this is kind of supposed to be like, oh, his skills are coming back. It just feels very sudden. Because my man went hand-to-hand with General Grievous. So I'm perfectly him going hands-on with stormtroopers. They're as far as I'm concerned, they're much easier prey, I guess.
Oh yeah, Ewoks kill him.
Yeah. And then I guess we can just start on the gripes.
Yeah. Anybody got any gripes?
Oh yeah, I got plenty.
Springs got something.
Yeah, I know. Springs, take it away.
Well, let's see what it is.
Yeah, let's start with the one I hinted at earlier. So the water thing, looked cool, was intense.
Oh yeah.
But it is clearly shown that the door the stormtroopers are behind is, I guess we could call them windows, or I'd call them windows. The glass that he's holding back is like a window.
Mm-hmm.
From where Obi-Wan is standing, there is a window, and then maybe two more to the door.
Mm-hmm.
And that's shown a couple of times through the intensity building.
Mm-hmm.
When the stormtroopers open the door and Obi-Wan lets the water go, they are a good now 10 windows down from him.
Oh, that hallway does get longer, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it
gets
does,
extremely lengthy when all the water starts flooding in.
Yeah.
Also, because one window broke, every single other window starts breaking open.
Well,
I was gonna
that could
say.
be a pressure thing.
Yeah.
I was gonna say one blaster bolt cracking the window. That's not a good structure you made there, fellas, underwater.
Well, this base didn't have an ADS. Okay, so I'll have to worry about the glass.
Oh, okay. That's we'll fucking get to that. I honestly, for the glass, all the other glass cracking, I took that as Obi-Wan just spreading the crack with the Force.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that
Okay.
because you see him move his hand along the window, or like he's moving it down. That's
like,
what
he has
I.
to move the pressure to match. Yeah.
So I assumed that's what happened, but if that's not what happened, then I'm pretty much on your side there, Springs. That's pretty fucking bad design.
Okay, I thought it was just he let the window go, then it shows the stormtroopers way away, like 10 windows down now, getting blasted by windows in unison, just left, right, left, right, left, right, and then Obi-Wan turns around and starts running away.
Yeah, and
It
outran
was-
the water.
Yeah, it was very weird to me.
hmm
I guess I'll popcorn it over to let's go with Ryder. Choose something.
Choose the thing.
Well,
Choose
we,
a brain.
we kind of alluded already that her getting inside is a problem. Like she had her security clearance because that's not how functionally militaries work. But whatever.
Military.
I'm gonna
Nowadays,
pick.
this was a long time ago.
Yeah,
In
in a galaxy far away.
So,
I'm actually gonna pick on Riva for a bit because I haven't picked on her enough.
aw, darn.
Yeah, I know. Such a wonderful character. This is the only time I actually had a real gripe about the actress. Because I thought the actress was serviceable for her shitty script that she was given. But this is the only time I actually had a problem with her acting. It comes off to me like she's never had to play good cop before when she's interrogating Leia.
Well, no, she's a bad guy.
Yeah. Like I said, she's trying to play good cop, which is the problem. And it
Yeah.
feels like the actress doesn't do a good job of portraying that. And I guess my other thing would be before this whole mission was launched, the water level, is there's an ADR line that because there's a guy that they meet at the Resistance base after Obi-Wan wakes up from having been burnt alive and whatever. Lucky he's here.
Mhm.
I do like the parallel shots between him and Vader with their burns.
Yeah.
But the guy that refuses to help, like, outright, and then Spy Lady says a line that's pretty much ADR, and it says, she knows everything. Or if this is what convinces him to go help them save Leia, it's a problem. Because you would never tell the in and outs of a guerrilla fighting force to a fucking 10-year-old. So that's kind of... I think the mission itself is fine. I think the justification of why they decide to help is not. Because Leia wouldn't know all this at this point. She's
No.
too young.
Yeah.
All right. I'll popcorn it to Sinister.
Okay. There was a little bit. I like the acting of the spy in the base.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a little bit of a creative license not getting caught that was, I think, a little bit too far.
Yeah.
Because really, because she was looking at screens and stuff next to other people who were,
And talking to Obi-Wan.
And
the whole talking part where I was just like, how is nobody being like, who
Well,
the fuck is she talking to?
you see, they're not in frame, so they don't exist.
I forgot about that age-old.
She knocks
movie
one of
trick.
them out right behind.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then she doesn't even get caught after that.
No.
Just gets caught like walking around and giving herself away.
Yeah. Well, yeah, she turns herself in essentially to buy time. Is pretty much what she
Yeah.
does.
And then has to get like you don't know anything about me, but I'm gonna die.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
Also,
that was
would her security clearance be higher than the head security guy of that level?
She can outrank him, but her security clearance wouldn't.
No, yeah.
You have security clearance is entirely separate from rank. She tries to pull
Yeah.
rank on him, but I will tell you that if you pull rank on if you're like a general and you arrive at Area 51, your rank doesn't matter. They will
No.
pull your security clearance on you.
Okay, that's what I thought. So I thought that was stupid.
Yeah, it was entirely dumb.
Yeah. It was dumb, but there is like this though. I feel like they've set up with like the Empire and everything. There is this like over exaggeration of like rank versus security. I guess if that makes any sense. If you know what I mean. Like in the way of like it like listen, you don't have to give me the clearance, but I'm gonna go tell your supervisor, and then you will be fire, all that bullshit or whatever. And it's kind of like, yeah, like that's fair, but also like doesn't really make a security clearance.
They got their hierarchy, but then they got the fear aspect.
Yeah, there's that whole thing of like I know who is in charge here, and it's not you, and I will I'm gonna and that whole thing is kind of like
Yeah, there is. I'm trying to figure out how best to describe the Empire's functionality without like delving too deeply. The Empire functions as a military autocracy, so there is definitely a degree of where fear is a tool that they use, but the internal bureaucracy of the military is structurally sound, or it is typically in most portrayals, except the children's shows and this. So there is groundwork where that can be levied, but the problem is it's overused.
Well, yeah.
Like
you can only do that so many times.
Like if she was like her rank, like her pulling rank on the head of security officer would be more believable if she had a high rank. Because right now she's only lieutenant. I'm talking. She needs to be like
of a small little mining operation out.
Out in the middle of nowhere. So her pulling rank could work, but she definitely needs to be higher up in order for it to be more believable, to like kind of instill the fear into him. So I agree that there's precedence for it. I just think there needs to be more groundwork done for it to be believable. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. Crimson Grape.
In the beginning, Obi-Wan's talking to the reluctant guy, and he says, "You have no idea what the Empire is capable of."
I laughed
Obi-Wan,
so much.
Read the darn room. These people are avoiding and combating the Empire, and you said that? They're taking refugees in? What? How did that come out of his mouth?
No.
Blew my mind.
Yeah, well, I mean, trust me, Obi-Wan's silent when someone does that. You have no idea what he would have done to him when he absolutely would know. So I guess Obi-Wan's just too passive because it's not Obi-Wan, really. It's just
that was dumb, and this is also when they bring up that the base doesn't have shields. Unbelievable, actually.
Yeah, fucking unbelievable.
Because they know nobody would ever attack them. What?
Yeah, it's pretty dumb.
Great security there. Our security is the fear we provide the universe.
True.
Yeah. There is, again, the Tarkin Doctrine's not even in protocol right now, which is why I can't even bring that up as a prospect of fear keeping other systems in line, because that hasn't been established yet. But yeah, let's see. I guess I'll go unless you got more.
I forgot a positive.
No, you forgot a positive.
Oh, you got a positive.
Got to throw in as many as I can here.
Yeah.
I think the interrogation scene with Leia, that was the best acting that Leia did in the show.
It's true.
I agree.
Because overall,
she
had a lot of not great moments acting wise, which she is young, so I guess you got that. But
to be fair, she doesn't have the best script either.
Like, okay, this is actually her best part.
Yeah.
And I liked how she was toying with Reva. Found that amusing. Even though Leia's I'd say unrealistically smart in this show as a whole.
Yeah.
For a 10-year-old.
She's not a 10-year-old. Obi-Wan puts it best. How old are you? I'm 10.
Yeah.
You don't sound like you're 10. I'm like, no, you don't.
Uh, yeah, I like the part where she's like, Reva's like they're on the same side and all that. And it's like, then can I tell my father first? Since we're on the same side and all. And then
yeah, like see
Reva
that's
got all mad at her.
yeah, because she did it behind. She's stuck an Imperial senator's daughter.
And I don't know why they would allow Leia's little droid in the interrogation room in the first place.
Well, the only reason it's allowed is because Reva's giving it back.
Yeah, I know. But she didn't have that plan going into that interrogation.
No, she did not.
So I don't know why that was in there. In a universe standpoint, writing standpoint, I definitely know what I'd say. I guess take it away, writer.
Let's see. I'm gonna pick on the trench coat walking scene.
Oh, I was waiting for someone.
They decide they would be less conspicuous if Leia was just out in the open walking beside them, like in between them. Like Leia would be less conspicuous than what they actually did, which is Obi-Wan puts on a giant trench coat and hides her in his fucking coat.
Oh, I don't know if that would. I don't know why they couldn't just like put her in a box or something and carry her out. Or
there's so many other things that they could have done. I'm just like, because if you're just if you don't have any orders, you're on duty. You see two officers escorting a kid. You're like, oh, it's take your daughter to work day kind of thing. You're like, huh?
No.
There is a level of that. There's also.
I don't think there'd be any kids on this Inquisitor base other than the.
I 100% agree. It would raise suspicions, but it does not arouse suspicion of the fact that they're still walking just out. It's bad. It's fucking bad.
Listen,
I'm not going to justify anything about it. It's terrible decision they made.
I'm not saying the trench coat is the answer. What I am saying, I don't think there's any answer.
Well, the answer is they hide her in a box.
Her in a box.
Well, yeah.
That would have been more. That would have been less conspicuous. Yeah. So, Springs, go.
Well, I guess to answer off of that, I think maybe the smartest move to do was try to make a distraction of sorts, or try to get as many stormtroopers as they could to go to a different location. Trying to get them to go there that way.
Which is easy to do, considering the base was breached. So that would have been easy to do.
Yeah. So when they did get to the open, there would be far less stormtroopers walking around or guards for them to hopefully easier just shoot off to go, because the whole I agree, the whole jacket was very stupid, especially for not a single person batting an eye or looking in their direction.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I'm going to be in the minority that even though I think it's stupid, I like it just because of how stupid it is.
Like I said, that's fine.
I fully admit it's stupid, but it's so stupid I like it.
Fair enough.
I guess we'll go with a big rep of mine, which I can only give it one understanding as to why, but it is still baffling to me. Why the heck are they using snow speeders from Hoth?
I have no fucking clue.
I don't know if they're, but they are snow speeders.
Because there's a hover mode that you don't know about that goes on water. I don't know.
I find it more believable just because they're fucking ragtag. So obviously they're
using what they can, and
yeah.
I would have been
the only thing I'm okay with. They're just using ships that they have at hand. But then again, both ships are both snow speeders.
Yeah. I would have been more angry at this. I would have been more angry at the scene if they arrived at the planet in the snow speeders, but they took a ship that then dropped them off.
Yeah.
Because snow speeders are not space capable. I'm kind of happy they didn't ruin that.
Yeah. I didn't really have a gripe with that.
I don't know why Reva doesn't try to pull them in while they're
because she doesn't have the Force.
Yeah, see, well, that's so damaging to like everything, but we'll get to that.
Literally running away, she's chasing him, and just lets him get away instead of pulling Leia to her, or
She's not using
just, you
force
know,
pull at
Obi-Wan get
all.
pulled.
Yeah,
But she knows where they're going.
That's true. I guess so. That's true.
Like, why would you get like 7 mice when you can get the whole thing?
Oh, she could have at least killed the traitor.
we're just she's just very lucky that she
Didn't.
decided to come up with a backup plan because
Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't know. Is this like Amber, like mausoleum area? Is that in the Rebel show or anything?
Nope. I know that they're.
Okay,
It's
I
purely an invention.
I know that they use dead Jedi to bait living ones. So I know they use the corpse of Luminara, who's one of the Jedi I actually really love in the Clone Wars. They used her corpse to actually bait out living Jedi. The Grand Inquisitor uses that anyway, and that's a huge plot point in the first season of Rebels.
How
I don't
does
remember.
the corpse get used?
The corpse is embalmed in a Force object, so it's like an old Sith artifact, which then projects her Force presence, so Jedi can sense her almost. And they have a recording of her. They have a hollow recording of her trying to escape, and that's what they use as bait. They kind of leave it on the open. They kind of send it out on what they think are rebel frequencies to try and bait a Jedi out.
Why would they need the corpse instead of just using the artifact?
Well, because they don't have their Force energy.
So I'll tell you. I'll say this: the artifact actually projects Luminar out of her body, so she can walk around and interact with objects within a 20-foot radius, like her Force ghost almost. It's not really a ghost; it's more like a hollow shell. So they actually physically see a Luminara in the cell with them when they arrive, and then when the object is shut down, they see her walk back like sad that she baited more Jedi in, and like she folds back into the corpse as the artifact turns off, and then the Inquisitors behind them to kind of trap them.
Okay. So is that why you think that mausoleum is there then?
No, I think the mausoleum is purely there for just aesthetic. Like we're keeping our trophies kind of thing.
Look at us.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's just dumb then. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if there was an explanation for that room or not.
No.
Other than proof that Reva potentially kidnapped / killed younglings to imprison them.
Yeah,
something.
it's wonderful. Yeah, totally in character. Yeah. She's evil.
Yeah. She's a bad guy.
Yeah. All right. So, do we have any final thoughts about episode 4?
What's the 4th episode?
Tolerate your weakness. Vader talked to Reva at the end of it.
That's pretty badass.
Confronting her failure, and then she's like, "No, I put a tracker." And he's like, "Oh, I misjudged you.
I have misjudged you.
It's more like
Do not fail me again."
Yeah, I mean, Vader always gives second chances. That's a thing he does. So I'm okay with him not outright killing her once he realizes she had a backup plan.
Well, he doesn't want to kill her because he has plans for her.
Yeah, wonderful, great plans.
Oh, wonderful plan.
Yeah, I guess that's it. All I got.
What you got?
Yeah, do I have anything? Oh, the droid is evil and it's red because we know it's evil now.
Oh yeah, I'm glad they put a red light in that droid for evil mode.
Yeah.
Red means bad.
Yep.
Blue means good.
I also don't know where that little droid stores all of its attachments. We'll find later down the line it's got some gadgets. Actually, no, when she got kidnapped, we saw that it had a saw.
Yeah.
So it has a saw for some reason.
Already.
Even though it's a toy, isn't it?
Supposed to be a toy. I don't know what it is. It's a companion bot. It's
You
already.
could have like had it modified.
I'm
or
fine.
something.
I'm fine with Leia having a Swiss Army droid. I just
Yeah.
it needed to be like, I guess they needed to make it more practical looking because it is very small and it does have a lot of instruments attached to it. So, all right. I guess with that, we will move on to episode 5.
Is
The fandom's favorite episode of the show.
Is that true?
Yeah.
No.
funny because that's Crimson's least favorite episode of the whole series.
I don't know. I kind of feel different about all these episodes.
I
like
mean,
the first one, ladies and gentlemen. You like the first one.
I liked parts of the first one. That's pretty much where I'm at with the show. So I guess if I were to pick one positive thing out of episode 5, I like that Obi-Wan and Riva finally had a talk. They had a very, very, very minor conversation. I don't like the way that Riva treats Obi-Wan as if he was like it's his fault. I'm like, no, he got attacked by his clone troopers too. Like, Order 66 wasn't just at the Jedi Temple. So
I didn't explain where he was though.
Yeah, he didn't, and that's out of character. He absolutely would explain.
Yeah, that was so dumb. Because then she goes off saying he didn't do anything. Like he was somewhere doing something, but he didn't defend himself.
Yeah, and which is out of character. Like I do like I do like some of this conversation. Other positives. Those are the positives. I like the flashback sequences.
Flashbacks are good.
Darn it, you took my positive.
And that's pretty much the main positive I have for this episode, because it was nice to see the actors like playing their characters from before Attack of the Clones, essentially. But yeah, so that's it for me. So I'm gonna popcorn over to you, Sinister.
I liked. I don't know. What else did I like? I don't know. This one's kind of. I think I might be on Crimson. I'm sort of indifferent to this episode. I like the conversation. Yeah, I like the flashbacks. I think that's all I can think of.
All right. Sprinks.
All right. Well, I'll piggyback a little off of you, Ryder. I really, really enjoyed the beginning of this episode with the flashback.
Oh man, yeah.
And the thing that stood out to me the most was I thought I was looking at a painting of, I believe it's Coruscant.
Oh yeah, they're on Coruscant. As far as I understand,
Okay.
they're training in the same area where we saw the kids training in the opening for Order 66. They're training in the same spot.
Yeah. Okay. I just looked at it and I'm like, wow, that's a painting. Which made me even more impressed and
You said it out loud too.
Yeah, and even more impressed and appreciated that it's actually a set. That's just like a background wall set that's with them, and it's not CGI'd.
Yeah, I think the cities obviously they're in the volume, but
yeah, I really appreciated that.
Yeah, it is a very, very gorgeous scene, and it's got all your nostalgia running on high. Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say it's also a very nice transition immediately after with this first hit of the lightsabers cutting straight to Darth Vader's face, or helmet, I guess, straight to Darth Vader's helmet to recall it being a memory, rather than just showing a piece of story to make an understanding of something in the plot. So I thought that was very good. You're gonna have to remind me the lady's name. The spy.
I've been calling her spy.
We're just calling her spy.
We're just calling her spy.
Then spy it is. Spy sacrificing herself.
Spy versus spy.
I thought that was good. Even if it was very small and minuscule, just to give Obi-Wan 5 minutes. I still think
Obi-Wan didn't force pull her through the door.
Yeah, I think it's very.
I think with the Force yet. Stop it.
I think it's very contrived, but I do like the scene in isolation for sure.
I also this is almost like the water thing. I like Darth Vader pulling down the ship to the ground and just ripping it apart like paper.
Yeah.
Yep. I love it too, but my God, does it create
But
problems?
yeah, right after.
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah.
Ooh boy.
Yeah.
And then lastly,
Yeah.
the last thing I liked is
Yeah.
the third sister trying to fight Vader, and so far it's shown her as like evil and like just killing things and torturing kids and everything, and Darth Vader just throws her to the dirt.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, there was a point where I was like, all right, yes, kill her, please.
And then he has, for a split second, what I thought when he took her saber and cut it in two, I thought he was. It reminded me of the Count Dooku.
Oh, you thought he was
kill.
going to do that? Yeah.
Thought maybe he'd use both sabers, but then he shut one off. So I didn't know if that was just a little nod to it. But yeah,
Probably
those
was
things I liked.
unintentional.
Well, I think the Inquisitor lightsabers just naturally separate.
They do. Yes.
I had that. Yeah, me and Crimson had that conversation.
As far as I know, they do. Yeah.
Any more positives?
Well, no, those were the
Uh,
positives of this episode out of me.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't. I
And then I guess we're going right to you, Crimson. Yeah.
My positives. I liked the flashback as well, even though Anakin looks old.
I mean, they both look older, but they're for their age, the actors, I was perfectly fine with them because they look great for their age. They really do.
Ian McGregor looked good. Anakin, I think they could have gotten rid of his forehead wrinkles. But overall, positive towards that scene. I think that fight scene in the flashback is way better than the Vader fight in episode 3.
Yes. It's definitely much better choreographed.
which could argue would be the point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Poor Loaderbot. Poor Loaderbot. He was great.
Yep.
He
Loved
seemed
him
to be
for the
good
brief
at
time that we had him.
this. And during the Obi-Wan Reva talk, the second time when he got captured, he's like, "You are not threatening to me. I'm bringing him to you." I just like the "you're not threatening to me" bit.
Yeah.
I don't care about you, Reva. I don't care.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, I agree with that. That was nice.
Oh,
You Spock from Sprinks. Go on.
well, yeah, I just remember something that was shown. I like how one of the, I guess, rebels was using a bowcaster.
Yeah, that was a nice touch. I like that as well. We saw Chewie's gun.
Yeah, because it's not the only one in existence.
Yeah. It's a
But I
standardized
just
weapon.
thought that was nice.
It's nice.
That was my positives.
That was just positives.
Alrighty. Let's see. I guess I have one more positive before we really dive into gripes again. I kind of like that Obi-Wan sort of takes charge of the situation. I'm not a fan of the delivery or the dialogue. I think this is the only time where I thought Eowyn kind of dropped the ball a little bit. But I like that he kind of took charge of the situation because he knows how Vader is going to assault the area.
Yeah.
And then from him they start devising a plan to deal with the situation. And I do like that on a surface level. So, and I guess I'll lead from that into the negatives. I have no idea why the Stormtroopers bothered shooting at the door if Reva could just cut the lock with her lightsaber.
Yeah.
I was giving him a point to actually be there, I guess.
I mean, the point for them to be there is still to help storm the castle, more or less. But
But if it's like, oh, well, we could just have a freaking lightsaber cut through that door. We really don't need all these stormtroopers here until after we cut open that door.
yeah,
We need
Or-
to build tension.
Yeah.
Are they going to blast through that door? I don't know. Who knows?
I have
Even though
no,
it's blaster proof. That's kind of the point.
yeah. So I guess that'll be my first one. Springs.
Oh boy. Let's go with they had no idea where to put Leia, in this episode, or
Oh.
what to do with Leia.
No, they did
Yeah.
not.
I feel like that's been this whole series, though.
Well,
Uh,
she's had dialogue. She's had
That doesn't mean she has reason to be there. That,
no,
having
but
that doesn't give her a reason to be there.
still she's had lines. She's had interactions. She's had what's the word I'm looking for? She's done things that have changed other things for characters.
She's
I
had
don't know how to word that better.
actions in scenes.
Impact.
She's
Yeah.
moved
Yes, thank you.
around.
Thank you, Crimson. Yeah, she had impact that affected other characters. In this episode, they put her in a box, just playing with wires.
Hey,
Yeah.
she's saving the day. She has to open the door so they can escape and not get blasted by a Star Destroyer.
She knows how to do that too.
Somehow.
Well, she actually doesn't, because she actually doesn't solve the problem. It's the machine solves
Yeah,
the
she
problem.
fixes
figure
her
out what's
koi.
that then fixes the thing.
That's
Why
fair, I
couldn't
guess.
they send a droid up there? Or
Because they
better
didn't
yet,
have one.
why can't a normal adult fit in an important area?
Well, because they usually have droids or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
And look, I'm
They
looking at that
didn't
spot.
have
They
either.
clearly could fit an adult there, despite their line of dialogue saying otherwise.
Well, I don't think that particular adult could.
no, I don't think you could. But
yeah.
there's definitely.
A different one.
I
could.
think the other snow speeder pilot could.
But that fact
Yeah,
was
but
fast.
she's not as smart as Leia. You didn't take that into account.
Don't worry, Sinister. I'm gonna go grab a beer after this, so I'll start slurring even more.
Good one.
Yeah. Dump scene.
Yeah.
Your correct Brinks that they didn't know what to do with her.
Yeah. Sinister, take it away.
Yeah.
Oh, and I also love
Oh.
that she bossed around
Yeah.
reluctant guy, and Obi-Wan's like, listen to her.
She's a senator.
She's listen to her. I think this guy knows more than her about his own system here.
Yeah, I agree with that. Do they have shields here? I don't remember them saying they had shields here.
They don't have shields.
Yeah, they just had blast door protection stuff. That's it.
Oh,
Which
okay.
is
That's another
pretty
problem.
much-
Just
That's
can-
like all those old outposts, though. Like even the one from the last Jedi, same thing, where they don't actually have shields; they just have like giant blaster doors.
yeah, but see, in the Last Jedi, they also lost their whole fleet. They have a Star Destroyer in orbit here.
I'm not saying it's good.
Yeah, I'm not saying
they do have history to draw from here.
They do have history to draw from here. I agree, but they have an air force still, so they could bombard the door.
They could.
they could literally just bombard the
It's-
planet.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
but
that,
that
like,
could kill Obi-Wan.
Yeah, that's the
Vader
thing.
wants a
That's-
one-on-one.
yeah, Darth Vader wants Obi-Wan. That's the only reason any of this like suspense is even happening, is just from that one fact.
Yeah, but the Star
he
Destroyer
wants-
has
he
tracked
wants
dreams, and he could just prevent them from leaving in a Star Destroyer. It's so easy.
Listen, I'm not saying that like the Emperor's gonna be, Jesus, Darth, you really dropped the ball on that one. Pretty sure he will be, but like, at least like character-wise,
There is
I would
there is
believe that,
precedence for him
Yeah.
not bombarding the planet, but that's still an option that should be obvious for someone to suggest to Vader.
and then he gets choked out.
Yeah, I'd be
Right.
okay with that. They suggested it. Vader could just give him.
Stupid.
I don't
Come
need
on,
the- I don't-
man.
What do you mean?
Come
Vader
on.
chokes out officers all the time for being incompetent.
I know, but that's a stupid like thing to like. But like,
I don't think.
listen, we need to have an officer here.
No,
so we can give a
an
thing
officer
to
can suggest it,
Vader.
and then Vader could just look at him and not say anything, and nothing else happens. And then they just go with the ground assault. That's all they needed to do. The officer doesn't need to be choked out.
Am I going to get any
but-
backup on my end on this one, or am I in the sole
I mean,
detractor on
Well,
this
I
point?
thought this was just a conversation between you two.
No, I'm just asking if anybody else cares about it. Is what I don't
I mean,
wanna-
I'm pointing out it's a problem that they don't bombard the planet. There is a fix for it that they don't use.
Because I don't. I just like I'm thinking in my head. I'm like, that would just be like point. Okay, here's the thing.
It would
I-
be added filler, I'd say. I don't
Yeah,
think
It's
it's required.
it's an explanation that would make it better.
I
I
can
don't
agree
know
on that,
better.
but I don't think
I
it's
don't know.
required.
I don't know better.
Well, they have this
yeah.
the Star Destroyer has established capabilities that they can use. Why not bombard the planet? Well, you're right. Vader wants to do this one-on-one, So
Yeah.
how do you, as a writer, fit this into your script for it to make sense? Because this solution would be obvious to every single bridge officer on this Star Destroyer.
Yeah. I just feel like there's enough history with Vader doing not the obvious thing that you would definitely do if you were actually trying to accomplish something, and that it's just for his own personal sake. That even like I'm not saying that I would be like, oh, that was terrible that they actually went in and said it. But what I am saying is like, I understood exactly what was going on without it, and I could fill in that blank myself. So then to just have somebody just come out and say it and them not do it seems like, okay, I already knew they weren't going to do it because obviously they're going to do whatever Darth Vader wants. So if he doesn't want to do that, they won't even ask him for it. Because obviously
that's why I think it's not required. Because I think there was enough to easily deduce.
Because he even said, like, because everyone even says like, oh, this is his normal strategy of what he's doing. He's not.
I'm not saying that they. So I'm not saying they bombard the planet necessarily, though that's where I'm leaning towards because it's the easiest solution. But the fact that the Star Destroyer there is already there is a threat. The fact that there's no TIE fighters in the air because TIE fighters would solve their ship from getting away. Because he wants Kenobi. He doesn't care about anyone else.
Well, that's what. So he's trying to get Kenobi, and then once he gets Kenobi, they're gonna fucking obliterate that planet with all the people on it. Am I wrong? Is that like the whole plan there?
That's what they do. That's what they do to lure him down.
That's the planet, but definitely
they would definitely bombard the base. And even well, my whole thing is the ship just escapes at the end, and they have tractor beams, which would.
We're not gonna talk about that right now. We're gonna save that for a little later.
All right.
Because I'm not gonna defend that one, but
yeah. So I guess like I mean I agree that Vader would do this, but because it damages his intelligence almost. I think.
Yeah, but
it just feels like hand holding if you have to explain it that blatantly to me.
Yeah.
No, well, like okay.
Because I'm not seeing him being.
I mean,
stupid.
this show handholds as much as it is. This is one of the few times I would argue for more.
Wait, yeah. Well, no. What I'm saying is, I'm not viewing it as him being stupid for not doing it. I'm viewing it as him being arrogant, which he is. He is arrogant. If you watch the prequels, he's arrogant. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's like a character, you know. It's like that he's not going the right way. It's like, yes, he knows that's the correct way. He's not going to do it because that's not what he wants to do. I don't. Yeah, I think it's fine without them, you know, going out of the way. Because it's like, yeah, it would just be filler, and it wouldn't really. I'm like, it would explain something, but it wouldn't explain anything new to me that I didn't already put together myself.
Let's agree to disagree because we're using a lot of time here for this little
segment. Well, you know what? It's a podcast. Whatever. We're gonna take as much time as we want. So you know,
fine. Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah. Are you running this show? I don't think so. I think we're all running this show. We all have a stake in this. Come on. Yeah. So, anyways, Darth Vader is arrogant. He doesn't do what he should do, and it's the one part where you can't say that it's like, well, that's a stupid thing. Why didn't they just have him show? It's like, well, no, Darth Vader is in charge here, and Darth Vader doesn't want to do that. He wants to get Obi-Wan himself. So,
I mean, my bombarding the planet is just the extreme example. He could just park his Star Destroyer above the door so they can't leave. So, there's lots of things that he can do that would be smarter than what he actually did without necessarily committing Kenobi and all the rebels to death at once.
He is clouded. He is clouded without a doubt, and he's not thinking correctly. That's as far as I'm going to say. I'm not saying he's being stupid, but he is so close to this goal that he's had for the last 10 years, and now it's within his grasp. I can see him
so that he sends Reva down instead of going down himself.
Yes.
So you can't argue for both, though.
I can do whatever I want.
No,
I can
well, you
say
can't
whatever I
because
want
if
here.
he's so obsessed with Kenobi, he would have gone to the ground
Yeah.
first. So he would have been there beside Reva at the beginning. He wouldn't be waiting for invitation. See, that's the problem with the
Oh, you got me
inconsistency
on this
here.
one, huh?
Yeah.
You got me on this one. You lost that one battle, but you won the war, eh?
That's
See
the
how
goal. All right. Springs, gripe, go.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. So
All right.
What? How to follow up after that?
Well, there's still a lot of talking points for this episode.
Oh yeah.
uh, I don't like Rhea's story.
Reva.
Reva's story. I don't like how she's a but a renewed youngling, trying to like seek out revenge her whole life. I think that's bad.
I hate how she survived.
I hate how she survived. Her character is fundamentally broken because her whole thing is she's trying to avenge her fallen friends, the other children, the other younglings. And she's going around nonchalantly about to torture Leia and cutting off people's hands and arms. This whole laissez-faire affair. And it's her story. For some reason, people think complex characters. You have a. Some people. Sorry. Some people think that to make a character complex, all you have to do is have them switch sides, pendulum swing, and that's not how complex characters work. Now, Reva in concept could work. She joined the Inquisitor because her only goal is to survive. But it doesn't make sense that she's trying to get revenge for her dead children friends by doing all that she's doing. I don't like Reva's character either.
Yeah, there's nothing likable about her, honestly. Her character makes no sense at all. Her, I thought, main goal of killing Vader, she could have done plenty of other times better than her attempt here.
Yeah, because the time you were supposed to attack Vader is when he's ripping the ship down because he's distracted, and she waited until she was finished. It makes no sense. She made a dumb decision.
Her whole obsession with Obi-Wan is to get in close with Vader, but she'd already had several meetings with him.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like she wasn't already close to Vader. So it all makes no sense to me at all. I don't know. And then we got a whole Vader's point of view on Reva as well, where he promoted her to Grand Inquisitor at the beginning of this.
Yeah, for a day.
Why? I don't know.
No idea.
Why didn't the other Inquisitors know about this?
I mean, and the Grand Inquisitor's there. The Grand Inquisitor's there on the planet with them, so he's somewhere in the Star Destroyer, just like I'm just putting a series. It's like, hey, I'm gonna surprise her today.
Yeah, he's just hanging out in the cafeteria. That makes no sense at all. I don't get it. Why would he keep Reva around in the first place? Because I wrote in my notes.
What's the point of her?
Because they said she's there because she's highly motivated by revenge. I'm like, so's Vader. So why did he need her when he was motivated himself and can command the Empire to do stuff? I just don't get the whole point of Reva as a character in the story at all.
Yeah, it's not. Like I said, I agree with you, Springs. I don't like Reva's story.
We haven't even gone to the.
I know we haven't even gone to the. We haven't even gone to
part.
Yeah, the completion of her arc in quotes. Yeah, sorry, Springs. We kind of just dogpiled on you to agree with you there. So take it away.
No, well, I mean, that's fine. You kind of covered already what was the thought. Yeah, I think
Uh,
that's about it.
yeah. I guess Crimson, you got another one?
I guess it was another like dumb line to me, and it's kind of cliche as well. But the whole, how long is it going to take you to fix the door?
Oh yeah, he
3
did
to
the
4
thing.
hours to fix it.
You have one. He did the thing.
Come on, come on.
He did the thing. It was funny. I laughed, but
3 to 4,
terrible.
do it in one. That's just insane.
Yeah.
Even for these type of cliches.
Even
that's,
for an hour, that's still insane.
Yeah.
Let's see. I have no idea why both sides are functioning like a World War I army is just slowly walking towards each other as they shoot each other. When both sides would be sprinting for cover.
This is the best example of the worst stormtrooper aim I've ever seen.
Oh, 100%. I agree.
Oh my god, that was insane.
It was terrible. Fucking terrible.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah, it's this encompasses everything I hate about Disney Star Wars turning stormtroopers into competent minions. This right here just epitomizes it. They're both stormtroopers are fucking useless in Disney Star Wars. It's just insane. One other dumb thing I found really funny. Some woman on the ground has like a fucking blast shield that she's hiding behind.
Yeah.
And stormtroopers are wearing armor and they're still just falling as soon as they get hit with one bolt.
Well, that's always the joke.
That's always the joke, yeah. God, the books are so much better.
Obi-Wan entrusted Haja with Leia.
Yeah, let's not
gave him
his communicating device for some reason.
communicator.
Can we talk about how Bale was character assassinated when he sent a message to Obi-Wan? I'm worried, so I'm gonna go out to Tatooine to look after. He'll need help with the boy. I'm like, I just threw something at my wall.
And name dropped Owen as well.
I name dropped Owen as well.
Anything else he could have said to make that worse? He
No.
literally checked everything.
I know you've faltered from the Force, and you're weaker now than you were generally.
Yeah. Owen got fucking. They assassinated Bail Organa in like 2 scenes, and it hurts so much because he's not supposed to be this incompetent.
Haja drops the communicator on the ground.
How convenient!
How lazy is that?
Very, very. I guess what I'd pick for my flaw in this scene, or another flaw for me, I guess, would be Vader stabs Reva in the stomach. It flashes back to Anakin stabbing a young child in the stomach. He does it again here. Great parallels, but this didn't work the first time. So you gonna follow through, or just gonna leave her there? Just gonna.
Qui-Gon's just rolling around in his grave like, why couldn't I survive that shot?
I know, fucking A. People don't die anymore. The
Grand Inquisitor can take a gut saber, and freaking Reva can survive too. Qui-Gon's like, oh man, it got me immediately.
Yeah, I know. It's just Qui-Gon turns out was a bitch. It's just
I know, it's quite pathetic.
Didn't get up and walk it off. And I need more to believe that Reva is concerned with a broken communicator on the ground than the wound she has in her stomach.
The fact that she found it
already is a problem. Yeah, already a problem. But just really,
it could have just been some random Joe Smo that got killed during the fight, drop that, and have no connection to Obi-Wan at all.
Really, really contrived. Since you're back, Sinister, you got any more for this episode?
No. I think I blew my wad earlier. I'm good.
Boosh.
All right, Sprinks, you got anything?
Left for this episode? No.
No.
Well,
all right.
Did you want to talk about what happened after Vader ripped the ship apart? You seem to have something on that.
Yeah, no, that's right. So ship goes, brings it down, looks awesome, shows his power, rips it apart like paper, and immediately behind it, as soon as that happens, the real ship takes off and leaves.
Yeah.
And Vader allows it.
Yep.
It's not shown that he's tired.
He had to recharge apparently. You know, gotta recharge that good old force ability, I guess.
Supposedly. All I can think of is that ship wasn't remotely controlled, so he got one pilot.
Oh.
Kudos, way to go.
Yeah, I guess. No, they had a droid to pilot for all we know. Who knows?
And maybe the Loader brother had maybe the Loader bot had a brother or something in there. You know, just.
Well,
In either regards, he took out one in their ranks. Whoopee.
Yeah, I see. This the reason why this is damaging. I love the raw power of pulling the ship down looks really cool. I will give it that. But why this is damaging is because Force users get more powerful as they get older. He would have just ripped down the Millennium Falcon as it was trying to escape in Empire Strikes Back. There's no reason now that he couldn't do that.
Well, we have this weird thing where look at how they fight now compared to the originals. There's a certain level where you can't expect continuity like that.
You have the original choreography, and then you have the Disney choreography. And because Rey could bring down a ship in a movie, Darth Vader can now bring down a ship.
Yeah, it's still problematic because here's the thing: they have to work within the rules that they've set up. There aren't very many rules, but there are rules that you can't break, and that does then damage Empire Strikes Back as a result. The depiction of this, because now he has an ability established in the story before Empire Strikes Back is in canon now.
But the thing is, Disney, at least in my opinion, Disney doesn't see that as breaking rules, but just making new ones. Adding more rules.
Yes.
No, I feel like that's being too harsh.
I'm a stickler for internal consistency, so this might just be a me thing, but it does hurt Empire Strikes Back as a result for me.
Like I said, the first saber fight with Obi-Wan and Vader in A New Hope, look at that compared to prequels and Disney. You can't. They have so many powers now that they didn't have during that one fight where they slapped sticks a couple times. That's
true.
it's not comparable.
I mean, I do like the SC3 reimagined.
Well, yeah,
but I agree.
It's not comparable. There's a certain level where you have to just give them that to improve things.
Well, that's the thing. But the thing, they could have operated within that rule. Like they clearly can't pull ships down. They could have chosen to operate with that rule. They've chosen not to. So it is a flaw for me to point out. I guess it's up to the individual to determine how much of you value that. Because it bothers me. Because
of course it would bother you. Yeah,
it bothers me that that was stronger than anything we saw Yoda do. That's where it bothers me. The strongest we saw Yoda was him holding up that pillar, right? In
the third movie, yeah.
And he struggled. That's
and he rips
fault,
it down like nothing.
Problem.
Like I said, that's another one. So like I would that's another good example of something they could have abided by with rules, but they've chosen not to.
I'm agreeing with you in the form of like it would be great if they could stick to what they set up, but the problem is it's so wide, the amount of years of all that stuff coming out. There's so many technological advancements. There's all this stuff. There's different people working on them. It would maybe be possible to restrict it down to as close to an original rule set as possible. Maybe. But
that's what they should do.
It helps. This is like I understand where you're coming from, but I'm also I'm also putting in a little bit of the logic of that. Technology's changed, stuff has changed, people want to see different stuff, and granted, they don't have to have it be sticking to a specific timeline that already exists in order to do that. That is what I'm against. But I, and just piggybacking off of what Krim said, like, the fights that happened in the original trilogy compared to now are pretty, you could compare and be like a night and day difference.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Like I said,
don't cut me off. Come on, man. Don't cut me off. Come on. Don't.
Go on. Hurry up.
You might agree with me by the end of this thought. You
don't
know.
Sure. Go ahead.
You might. Please. You might. It's never happened, but you might this time.
Yeah, please.
And and not even, and if we want to talk about, I know you're probably not gonna go with me on this part, but even George Lucas changed the rules when he did the prequels, where there's all this stuff that's not in any of the original movies, and has never, and it's all weird, and it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense if you compare it.
Okay,
And
so
that's just
now I
because
have
when
to
they were-
ask for a citation once again.
Like midichlorians, they didn't have fucking midichlorians in the original trilogy.
Yes, but how does that break the original trilogy?
I'm not saying it breaks it. I'm just saying and he started it, was doing shit that wasn't in the original, and all these abilities and shit. But
yes, but what they
I
add
think it comes
doesn't
down to
break
technical
the original.
limitations.
Yeah, but what
And
he
the other
what he
thing-
adds doesn't break what happens in the originals.
I don't even think what happens in this breaks. If the original trilogy can't handle 1 6-episode show, it wasn't that great to begin with. And I think it is a great movie, and it can withstand this. But because I don't think this inherently destroys it.
In the way that midichlorians don't break anything in the original trilogy, Vader pulling down a ship does, because he doesn't use that in the original trilogy. I agree, they were limited by technology, but now they have to operate under that rule set. Otherwise, they create an inconsistency that Vader cannot pull down a ship.
I mean,
What
It's
about
also-
like force jumps and stuff? That
Yeah.
wasn't in the
yes, it
original
was.
and
Luke does
put in
one.
the prequel.
Luke does one.
one.
Yeah,
It's a
Luke,
big jump. It is a
yeah.
big jump.
Luke does one in the fight at
He
the
does
throne
that.
room.
He does one in the entire.
He also does one. He also
That's
do-
all that they
he
needed.
also does one
I haven't
in.
seen the originals in a long
Yeah,
time.
he also does one in the Jabba's palace fight, and I think they do. I think there is a acrobatic movement somewhere in. What is it?
Yes,
Oh,
I
yeah, he
believe
jumps out of the
in the
cryo
Jabba's,
chamber. He
yeah.
does out of the cryo chamber too in Episode 5 for Empire Strikes Back. So the super jumps are a thing.
But one guy does them in the entire.
Well, Luke's the only Jedi, so yes.
Well, yeah, but he's also not the only.
Alright, what about
yeah.
force sprints?
Yeah, that was new. I won't.
Okay,
I won't push back on that one. But that was new.
I just don't. I understand where you're coming from as a very devoted fan of the franchise, and I'm respecting that. But I'm also going from like if they're so great, they're always going to be great, and I don't think you're gonna, and I don't think people are going to like watch this, right? They're gonna watch this,
Mhm.
and then go back and be like, how come that wasn't on Ewoks? How come that wasn't on Hoth? Why didn't they do? And it's like, well, because that came out in 1979, and this came out like 2022, so. Obviously, the technology has progressed where they can actually do that. They could not do that back in 1979.
Mhm.
And it's all people working with a totally different palette that are doing new things. I will agree. I'm not happy that it's done in the timeline where it's supposed to be set. But I'm not going to be like, that's awful that they did that. I'm just going to be like, that's cool that they were able to do that and they, were able to make that happen. But I still like the original trilogy, even though they don't do that. Like again, it's a totally different perspective. I don't think that this destroys anything other than just your idea of where the canon is and where it isn't.
Well, I'm a writer, so I have to point out the flaw. It's a flaw now.
I no, I'm not. Yeah, that's your prerogative, and that's fine. I'm just saying.
Like I said, I'm not here to like obviously bash like the new things that they introduced outright, but the problem with things now being inconsistent with this rule is stakes are now harder to create and establish. Your understanding of the world as it is now not what it was. You have to relearn things. You also have to... The stakes are just going to be harder to grasp. Because now what I can only assume, and obviously I'm not treating the Obi Wan Kenobi show as canon for many reasons, but if I have to treat it as canon, I then have to assume Vader chose not to pull them down in Empire when all his goal was in Empire was to hunt down Luke. So he would pull the Falcon down. So that to me is my problem as a writer fundamentally where I have it. And to go with Crimson's example, with forced sprinting, I don't like that was introduced. I hold that to the same standard as I hold anything that does come after A New Hope, because A New Hope came first. That starts setting rules in. Then Empire Strikes Back has to build on those rules, and then you have to keep building on those rules. And then every time you introduce something new, you have to then deal with the consequences of what you've introduced, because that's what helps you understand the stakes as an audience. To formulate a great story.
I agree. I just think they did not plan anything out back then to set all this stuff up. This is all stuff that's being done by newer people.
Oh yeah, but that's a problem.
I know, but the other issue though that I think is not getting touched on here is that all this stuff was set up in 1970 or whatever, and if we're still if we were still restricted to those rules, granted, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Would we not have? What would we have now? As far as cinematically, what would it look like? Would we still be
I don't see that as a problem though, because I'm trying to figure out how to best describe this.
My argument here that I'm trying to, and I'm not doing it very eloquently. I'll apologize for that. My argument here is, I think it's almost impossible to do with what you want them to do here, because of how big of a time jump and how long this series has gone on for, that it's almost impossible to kind of keep this same set of rules going for that long. I think it's unrealistic, because even like The Simpsons sucks now, but it started 50 years ago or whatever. And they don't have the same rules they did back then. And I love The Simpsons, but I don't expect them to be exactly like they were in 1999. They're going to be whatever they are today.
Okay. So I don't disagree with the idea that they should be able to try new things. Is that where you're kind of angling?
That's sort of where I'm coming from. The other part of where I'm coming from is that
I agree.
If you just do what they did 40 years ago, that gets really fucking old, and it's not really, I think, what they're trying to do now when they're bringing in new. I will say though, I think the main issue here that we're having problems with is not that they're trying new stuff; it's that they're trying new stuff with old things so they can still get the bankability. That's the issue. That's what I have issue with. I don't have issue with them trying new things. I have issue with them doing it with pre-existing and long-standing timelines.
Okay.
But
so
I'm also wanting.
Okay. So I guess my question for my next question is, because I'm not lost, but I just want to clarify.
Okay,
Are you arguing that the rule set in the originals shouldn't be applied to everything else because technology evolves, therefore they can do different things?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess, well, that doesn't really change anything I've said, so I'm...
Ryder, I'm going to throw one question out. If the original Star Wars had the technology of today, do you think they would have added more?
Oh, 100%. That's not my problem. The problem is that they were made by the way they were. They need to stick to those rules that they unfortunately had to abide by. Because they're adding things now in stuff that comes before the OT where it would have solved problems within the OT. Or it creates more. So, like I said,
we could just keep going in circles.
This is clearly a fundamental difference of philosophy. So, I don't expect us to come to an agreement. My goal at this point is just to flush out what you're trying to say, Sinister. So,
yeah, I agree. Try to stick to the originals as close as possible, but I think certain things impact more than others, and I'll just leave it at that for me.
I'm sure because when I know for a fact because I watched the behind the scenes and the making of the prequels when they came out, that George Lucas was saying, God, if we'd had this stuff back then, this is what it would be like. We wouldn't be doing like how it was when we did it back then.
Yeah.
And I think it's good to have guidelines. It's good to have a preconceived structure of where, but I think if you get bogged down and it has to be exactly that way forever, and like I wouldn't want to like say, you know, make a trilogy in like 1945 and then I want to redo them, you know, or I want to make a sequel or like something, and I have to be brought down to 1945 rules for how I'm going to make it. That would be ridiculous because I couldn't have that film, I couldn't have that stuff. You know what I mean? It just seems. And granted, I don't like CGI so much. I like the practical side of the original, and I wish they do that now because it looks better in my opinion. But I'm not going to tell them, hey, they didn't have CGI in 1977. You can't use CGI now. That would be, you know, ridiculous. I would be a crackpot. I would be, you know, I'd be like...
I mean, like, I don't criticize the overuse of CGI in the prequels.
I know you don't. I'm just... I'm giving, like, the same... If they were all on this... This is an exaggeration of... If they were made exactly like how they were made back then, it would be impossible. It's impossible. They can't, you know, do it. And this, you know, and it's just like new filmmakers come out who like certain parts, certain pieces, and certain things that they want to expand on. And unfortunately, the parent company doesn't want them to make post movies. They want them to make pre-movies. And so they're bogged down into that, which is the problems we're facing right now. Mm-hmm. Because they don't want new stories. They want retellings of old stories with the same character, which is why we're having this argument right now. But so that part I think we can agree on, but I think we're gonna have to disagree to agree on this one.
Agree to a degree.
Agree to disagree.
Yeah, I mean, like, for me, the rule sets are very important for storytelling, especially like as someone who deals with a lot of magic in his own writing. So like I want them to use new filming techniques. I want them to push the story forward. And the issue, it's difficult. I will happily admit that. But that's why you get competent writers, and you get competent directors, you get competent visual storytellers. Because I agree that it's absolutely would be very, very difficult to stick 100% to what the originals established. You're working with new tools. You can do more things. But how do you stick to, not necessarily the rule set of how they filmed, but the rule set of how the story is told within your new setting, your new, what you have available to you now?
Easy, remake the originals.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
God, I can't wait. I can't wait when Disney announces they're going to remake the originals. And
They already did. They already did. It was the Force Awakens trilogy. Come on.
That's kind of true. That's how that went.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. Okay. But thank you, Sinister. I actually enjoyed that conversation. So
yeah.
All right. Back to episode 5.
Does anyone have anything left?
Does anyone have anything left? We kind of got bogged down in rules there. So, Springs, you got any?
Yeah, no.
All right, Crimson.
Okay, a little bit.
Yeah.
The ship being torn apart like paper, I think, was probably the worst looking CG in the whole show.
Agreed.
That looked bad. And then
you mean I thought the soup? I thought the soup was the worst CG in the whole show.
No, that looked really good. It was just made no sense to be in CG.
Yeah.
But
you know, soup doesn't really look like soup.
I know, right? It's not realistic enough. Why do they have a second ship when they literally?
They've only ever showed one ship.
People wait months to get on this one ship. So why don't they utilize the second ship? Is that just their emergency ship? Why waste such a valuable resource?
Or is it like a false sense of like scarcity? so that it could,
I don't
charge
know,
more.
I don't know how this second ship got implemented in here with what they've stated about
Uh,
the dire situation these people are in right now.
Plot hole.
Plot hole.
Life
I think you're right.
finds a way.
Precisely.
Yeah, writers fucked up. That's on them.
I think that's the last thing I got.
All right. Sinister. Any last things before I?
I think I got my bid in.
All right. Okay. I guess the last thing I have would be the Grand Inquisitor survives. It got shot. Minor thing, and then the ship escapes despite there being a Star Destroyer in orbit to tractor beam it. That's pretty much it for this episode for me. So on we move to the finale of episode 6.
Who knows how this story is going to end?
Oh my
I
god!
don't know.
First point of praise for me. Once again, I think they did a good job capturing Obi-Wan's fighting style mostly. I felt his movements were very prequelish. He had his familiar flourishes, his familiar blocks, because I am a fucking weapons lightsaber style nerd, so I do appreciate that his style is still there. Even opens the fight with Vader, with his classic stance. But I'm going to popcorn to Springs first. Something to praise.
Well, I'll go with one that we haven't talked about. It's been in every episode, but we haven't talked about it. And I think, I think this episode probably for all of us stood out more than the last ones. And that's when the credits rolled and the show was done.
Oh, yeah. You have no idea how relieved I was to see the credits. I was like, oh, fuck yeah. I'm finally done. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I finally woke up. Oh.
I know. The nightmare's over now.
But I'll joke from that. I'll narrow it to I liked the closure of each section. They did not do it perfectly.
Yeah.
I like the closure of the Darth Vader thing. That was fine. I like the closure of Leia. I like the closure of Luke.
Yeah, I can agree with that. We got a little bit of fan service in this episode too. That I smirked at it because they were. I agree with you, Sinister. They kind of held off on it, so I approve their minimal use of it.
Mm-hmm. They definitely could have gone way deeper.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I would have. I think the only thing that I would have, I guess, I don't consider it fan service anymore. I'm just like, put more Star Wars music in Star Wars, guys. Don't be afraid to do that. They really held off on the themes until the end, and I'm like, you could have used these earlier because it's Star Wars.
Yeah, but I think they want like a newer generation to take a stab at making it, which I you know what,
because I don't dislike the music. It's just it's not as Star Warsy as like Obi-Wan's theme from John Williams, because it does feel a little bit out of place, but it's not bad. It's just got to get used to it,
Yeah.
So
I think it was just like, listen, we know what you want to hear. But here, check this out real quick. We just made this thing up. Let's try this. And at least you can imagine the actual soundtrack playing if you don't like it.
Yeah, fair enough. So I guess Sinister, you got a point to praise?
I liked the Rocky Planet set that they do the fight on. I like that a lot. I also like the epilogues. I thought that was I was for sure they weren't going to do it, and then they did.
Hello there.
Yeah, hello there. Hello, little one. I like that. And I liked this was a little bit of fan service, obviously, because we were all waiting for it to come, but freaking Qui-Gon Jinn reappearing in the very end.
Yeah, that was nice.
In full Force Ghost
regalia.
Yeah,
and it is officially confirmed that Ghost age.
It's true. I'm happy that's actually him, though.
Yeah, Yeah.
I just
I
found
would-
that
I
It
would-
have been so easy to not do it, or
just as much as I would have been happier if they used James Earl Jones, even if his voice was older for Vader.
yeah.
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 Whoever did it was really good, though. They didn't,
They used an
they used
AI.
AI.
that was pretty good.
Yeah.
I
Pretty
almost thought it was.
terrifying what the future's going to be, huh?
Yeah.
I almost thought it was exactly like almost thought it was actually like James Earl Jones, just like voiced, like pitch bended.
Yeah.
You got AI's copying voices and doing.
I thought
speaking of that-
I thought the AI was serviceable, but like again, I'm a Star Wars nerd, so I've rewatched all this stuff like for fun
All the time,
every year.
For fun.
So for fun every year. So like the AI does a very good at getting his voice, but he does not do a good job inflecting the voice. Everything that Vader says is like in the same tone.
Yeah, I was watching. They had a Netflix documentary on Andy Warhol, and they had a voiceover, and I kept thinking, I was like, oh, did he actually do like an audiobook? Because it sounded like exactly like him, and then I realized it was a AI. It was a voice actor, and then they AI'd, the inflections and stuff. But I was like, wow, that sounded like exactly like Andy Warhol. It was creepy.
Yeah. So like I said, it's not bad. It's just it was just.
Don't worry. In about 10 years,
You'll be able to tell. Yeah. 10 years from now, I can sleep free of worry, or with far more. Well,
far more with Mike.
Yeah. I guess another point of praise for me. Well, actually, did you go, Crimson? I forgot. Sorry.
No.
Okay, then go.
No.
Then go.
Oh, okay, I'll go.
Okay, fine. If you make me.
I liked the hello there as well. Even though it was a meme and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It was good. I liked Owen through this whole
Owen
thing.
kind of owning up.
Not so much for his wife.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
But Owen was solid through.
Yeah.
Everything he did.
Reacted appropriately, mostly.
I liked a lot of the Vader fight. There were like
it was a few awkward moments,
they, like,
but
used like the environment. Sometimes I was like, I don't like that, but overall I liked it. Vader's fight style I did not like. He seemed very slow and clunky to me. Obi Wan was pretty spot on, as you said, Raider.
Yeah.
There was one part where Obi Wan blocks with the saber behind his back, and then Vader punches him in the face. That was probably my favorite part of that fight.
Awesome. The reason I like that is because the flourish is something Obi-Wan does to block to then melee them, and because it's Anakin inside, he knows what Obi-Wan's going to do, and he counters with just by punching him in the face. I really like that.
Yeah, so that was my favorite part of that fight. Fight. Yeah. What else?
Fighting words, yeah.
I like Obi-Wan's conversation with Leia at the end about
her parents. Yeah. I agree with that. I like that one too.
And then the writer's poor excuse of why Leia wouldn't say anything.
Yeah, that was pretty shit.
No one could know Leia.
Yeah, very amusing.
I would have, at that point, just preferred him not to say anything.
Yeah.
Because that just brought attention to it even more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the positives coming to mind. Lightsabers still look good.
Yeah. I guess.
I think they've finally found the little perfect lightsaber.
The lights on Vader's helmet looked awesome.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I found out that they had to reshoot the whole final battle sequence because the lighting was so intense with the sabers that it actually ruined their original intentions. And maybe that's something they'll take to heart going forward. Because I do like the colors, schemes that they play with, the intensity of them. I guess my point of praise is I really like Owen's line of. I said this is...
You want to meet the boy?
Yeah. No, I really like Owen's line where Reva's like, you really love him, as if he's your own, which I have no idea how she knows, but whatever.
Yeah, that wasn't in the message.
Yeah, that wasn't in the message. But I love Owen's response. It was very nice, and I think I would have loved it in a very, very better, even far better show. And I still love it here in isolation. Is well, he is my own, is how he responds to that. Because that's a cool line. And I like the idea of, he is facing down a Sith, a fight he is not going to win for the sake of the hope of the galaxy. There is something likable about that.
In the unlikablest of trilogies, there is something to like here.
Yeah. We'll do one more round if anyone's got anything more to praise. So
Anybody got anything?
Brinks?
Anybody got some gum?
I
or something?
do.
Blackwell, maybe?
One thing that stood out to me during the fight of Darth
Mhm.
Vader and Obi-Wan, when Darth Vader's helmet got cracked to show Hayden
Mhm.
underneath, Vader's helmet, it's a little off with the lighting because both their sabers are on, but it still looked very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Vader's helmet reflects red and coloring, as Hayden's face underneath has a more blue reflection from Obi-Wan's saber on it.
Oh yeah, I think that's absolutely intentional. They stole.
Notice.
I'm gonna point this out. They stole that from Star Wars Rebels, because Ahsoka, Anakin's apprentice from the Clone Wars, does cut off part of Vader's mask, and they do pretty much the same thing where they intertwine Vader's voice with Anakin's, and it was great then, and it's great now. So, very, very, like they're both acting their heart out in that scene. Eowyn breaking up almost into tears, fucking great.
I do wish we saw more Anakin in this series, though.
Yeah, I'm just fine with how little there
A
was.
lot of the marketing for this is like, got Ian McGregor and what's his face back. I'm like, oh, I can't wait
Hayden
to see what's his
Christensen.
face, Hayden Christensen.
Yeah,
And all we really got was the flashbacks, because when he was in Vader, you can't even tell it's him with all that makeup.
and which is why I think I wanted a much longer conversation between the two of them after the mask was cut open, because I think that there's so much story and rich history between these characters. Obi-Wan's apology could springboard into anything, and I like what it was used here. I like what they're definitely trying to do. There's just so much more they could have done.
Yeah, I agree, especially with the amount of filler that was in here. That would have been actually good, but c'est la vie.
C'est la vie. Sinister, got anything more to praise?
No, I got my stuff in.
Crimson?
No.
All right.
No.
Just jump back in with our claws. I don't like the way that the action was filmed for their fight scene. I think shaky cam.
It was real shaky.
Yeah, shaky cam was annoying. I did like some of the panning shots, but unfortunately, we've unveiled the very clunky style that Vader seemed to have, because Vader's style is very, very offensive. And I mean, he's a one-man tank marching down a hallway, kind of. That's typically how his fighting style is. And Obi-Wan's is very, very, very defensive, and that's part of the reason why I love Obi-Wan and why he's my favorite Jedi is he never learned offensive lightsaber fighting style. That was never his primary focus. So Obi-Wan's fighting style was always built on counterattacks, waiting for the right moment. Whereas Vader's is entirely offensive. So I was hoping for a little bit more of that to play into the fight. But again, that's a very surface level thing. So I guess that I'll start my criticism out light with that. I'm gonna popcorn to you, Crimson. You start off on there for our going in.
Yeah, let him have it.
Yeah, I can talk a little bit. So kind of piggybacks a little bit from the previous episode, but it really clicked to me during this episode of why they didn't send out TIE fighters during this chase. Because the the Star Destroyer was missing every single shot. I'm like, what is happening here? I'm like, okay, maybe they're missing intentionally so Vader can 1v1, but why even fire in the first place?
Plot
So I
armor.
I didn't understand what was going on. There was two different messages at the same time. Did you guys think they were trying to destroy the ship or not?
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, they would have tractor beamed it. The writers wrote themselves into a corner and had fucking zero idea how to get themselves out. Like, even in the original trilogy, they fucking fled through an asteroid field. So, open space, tractor beams should have been used. When the ship separated, Darth Vader could have just gotten into his own private ship and chased after Obi-Wan while the Star Destroyer chased the rebels so they don't get away. It literally breaks if you think about this too much with all the stuff we've seen before.
Yep, and that's what I was thinking when they split. Why didn't Vader just go?
He could have just gone to his TIE fighter. Yeah.
We can't have Leia get destroyed, can we?
Nope.
That'd not be no movie.
Yeah.
I guess Leia and Obi-Wan had a one-on-one, which I guess was fine. Not much to it. Just like, don't leave me, but I have to. Okay. Okay. Haja, take care of her.
Yeah, great choice for Haja to take care of her. Fucking once again.
Yeah. Haja, you still got my communicator? I might need it.
Yeah.
Oh.
No.
Whoops.
No.
Oh, also something we didn't bring up, how Obi-Wan sensed that Reva got the communicator.
Oh yeah, he sensed a plot contrivance in the Force.
He did. It's like, ooh, I feel like I have a problem with him. What? I feel like I shouldn't have left Luke. Shoot.
I feel like
Yeah.
I should have been here 10 years earlier.
All right. Yeah. So Sinister got a claw for this episode.
Claw for this episode. I think most of mine have already stated. I guess this one, it felt kind of rushed, like they were trying to get to the end really fast. But like it felt like they were trying to get to the end as fast as possible, but they still had like way too many plot points to wrap up, so they couldn't. But it still, which it was weird that it felt rushed, but there was still like another like 20 minutes of episode left, I guess.
I liked the 20-minute epilogue because that again things slowed down. You know.
I'm not against the epilogue. I'm just mean like the actual like action.
You mean the like what is it called?
The useless Luke stuff.
Yeah, the useless Luke stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, but Rey's a very important character, and she needs to finish her. She's gone on such a wonderful arc, you know.
Yeah.
So sorry, Sinister. Go on.
No, that's got it. You knew where I was going with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about all. As far as like stuff that really irked me. That's about all.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong in that. Like, I mean, when I'm watching the originals, and this again, my perspective, consider a whole argument. I feel like I have to bring that up now to preface this.
Yeah.
I mean, I never got the sense that there was a close call like this.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sprinks, take it away.
Take it away.
Take it away in good or bad or
no, like take it away wherever you want.
If you still got goods, go right ahead. If you got bad, start laying them in.
It's bad about the shooting down the ship because if they wanted to, they could have tractored it, shot it down easily. So if they were smart, they could have been shooting it to try to steer it in a direction they wanted to go, which would just be toying with them, which Darth Vader doesn't. Well, never mind. He does somewhat do that at times.
He does. Yeah, he does.
But he wanted to personally take on Obi-Wan and fight him, and with his own way. So shooting it down was probably not a plan of his to ever do. So I think if in the moment, it's with brain turned off in the moment, it's like, oh, okay, just story.
Yeah.
With thinking about it, it's confusion. And doesn't make sense, and then putting a little more thought into it, it can kind of be explained, but which is, I guess, what I'm doing. But I do agree with I believe Crimson, you said the fight was very kind of clanky.
Specifically Vader. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Well,
kind of
he is
agree
like
with
mostly
that.
a robot by this point,
It
right?
it's very just like one hit to next hit, and there's not a lot of like. I mean, they're both older now, much older, so there's not a lot of like jumping around or throwing their sabers and forcing
Well,
them back
well,
and
yeah.
all the trick stuff. It's just normal
Well,
sword
plus-
fight, clank clank kind of thing
Yeah,
with a little
well,
bit of
plus-
force here and there.
Yeah.
Plus, Darth Vader can't do that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what
Yeah.
what I would understand, like what would have improved the fight, I think, would, because I'm trying to throw bones out here to future prospective writers. When you have an overpowered opponent, you have the idea is to beat them. You have to stress them. That's why, there's multiple people that fight Ultron. That's why there's like a bunch of people trying to fight Thanos at once, because you have to stress people who are overpowered in order to beat them. So Vader can't do all the jumpy stuff. Obi-Wan can technically, but I get that they're older, so I'm not going to really throw that as an option. But what you can do is you have to stress Vader. So Vader, in order to win this fight, because he's not the best swordsman, but he is overpowered with the Force, as we've seen with him ripping a ship down. He should be trying to beat Obi-Wan through Force powers. Obi-Wan's never been the strongest in the Force, and while this fight does break that rule, one of the things I liked about him is he uses his abilities very strategically. So, like, for every 5 boulders that Vader would try to drop on Kenobi would throw 1 at him. But he would wait for the right moment to do so. He wouldn't be trying to overwhelm him with that. He'd just be trying to make sure Vader's focused on having to watch other things while he eventually bests him in the sword duel. It's one of the things that I think they could have done in the fight that would have made it better. But yeah, it is a very clunky scene otherwise. I guess for me, did I go around the horn again? Sorry, I'm losing track.
I think you got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another gripe I had with this episode was I thought the introduction to their fight was awkward. Like when they first meet each other, like he after Vader lands his ship that he followed Obi-Wan in, he asks him if he's come to the planet to kill him. I thought it was awkward. I guess from a larger point of view, like, yeah, Obi-Wan came here to distract him, sure. But it felt very awkward when Vader was the one that hunted him down and tracked him here, and he asks, have you come here to kill me?
I felt the same way.
It felt very clunky. It felt like a very clunky line of dialogue. And then to kind of continue with clunky lines of dialogue, at the end of their very heartfelt scene, and Ewan's tearing up, and he calls him Darth, why doesn't Kenobi then kill him? Outside of the original trilogy having to exist, what is the reason that Obi-Wan doesn't kill him? Because he's going to go back out into the stars and continue what he's been doing. Here you have him beat. And the writers, once again, just kind of dropped the ball. He just kind of ups and leaves.
The only thing I can think of is just like he's too emotionally invested in Anakin, even though he's like, I'm Darth Vader. You can't just flip a switch. That's the only thing I can say.
Like
he's
I said,
too invested in Anakin.
That's something that could have been. Like I said, I would buy that, but that is something that would have needed to have been built up more in this show, especially once he learns Darth Vader's Anakin, or Darth Vader's still alive. Sorry. He would feel that emotion bubbling over every now and again as he thinks about it. So that's why I agree with Spring. So the very isolated incident of him seeing Anakin just randomly on a hill by itself is problematic. But if that happened more than once, like he's seeing him more, I could then buy that your suggestion, Crimson, as a reason why he would just leave. But the problem is that doesn't exist. So I have to assume that that is the intention, but it doesn't have the support for it.
Yeah, that's all I can give.
Yeah.
Because I wrote down the same thing.
Yeah.
Get out.
Well, why didn't he kill him after the
Yeah.
thing?
'Cause it's no longer his duty.
Yeah. Sinister, take it away.
What am I doing?
Yeah, it's your turn to pick out
And
the fluff. You got one.
Oh, I already did that though.
Oh yeah, but just going around the horn.
Okay.
Yeah, if you got another one, yeah.
Yeah, no. I mean, they kind of just left Riva with like nothing.
Yeah,
I didn't really feel any like emotional
She should have just
growth
died.
or anything. Yeah, like
I think she should have just died from her wounds, because man, she looks great having to carry a fucking gut wound around without any health.
And
sprinting
through a desert.
Listen, it was from a lightsaber, so it cauterized itself.
That's true, but it's still through her gut, so I'm assuming an organ was pierced.
Qui-Gon.
Yeah.
Qui-Gon.
Qui-Gon is gone.
Yeah.
Qui-Gon is gone.
Let Qui-Gons be
Yeah.
bygones.
I love that Owen and what's-her-face was able to, one, survive, and two, successfully hold her back for a while.
I mean,
But in the originals, they get gunned down by stormtroopers.
yeah, it's just another problem.
Well, listen, at least they expected this one. They didn't expect the stormtroopers.
That's theoretically true. And then, yeah.
Theoretically, yeah. I'm sure. And also, it was she was not great even before she got,
Yeah.
2 wounds through her. So
Yeah, I
a little
don't.
grain of salt there.
Yeah.
I also don't know how Riva got here so quick.
Again,
Yeah.
plot armor.
Yeah, we already established she has ability to teleport. It's consistent, okay?
That's right.
Oh,
What about Obi-Wan's ability to teleport when he comes back here to save Luke?
Well,
fine.
it's an ability he gained like Rey. Unfortunately, that wasn't set up, so I don't like that.
So much teleporting.
Yeah. Sprinks, got anything more?
I think the beginning of this episode sucked. I think
Okay.
it was terrible
I
to
think
reveal that. Yeah, to reveal that she was still alive.
Yes.
I know
Gotta have
I
a
know
big
they
daddy.
did it. They did it because they had to have this part
They
of
had
the
to sell
story
toys.
more added in. Well, not as I mean, she's been in 5 other episodes, but to just do this whole Owen situation thing and have her still pursue, and it just made it weaker. Oof.
Yeah.
So I thought that was a
Yes.
bad start.
The only good thing that came out of the Riva stuff is Owen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can agree with that.
Luke getting chased through the desert by a psychopathic Sith lady.
Yeah.
I feel like that would stick to your memory.
Yeah, I feel like you would remember that. Like you wouldn't.
Again, but you see, then Obi-Wan did his Force mind tricks on him and made him forget.
Oh, he wiped him. He used
Ah,
to
he
alleviate.
hit him with the forget me
Yeah.
stick. Okay.
It's true. Yeah.
They
They don't show it, but you can't say it's not there either.
Yeah. Crimson. Another point of dastardly sin.
Man, let's see how much left we haven't covered.
We could talk about Aunt Beru, because I know we mentioned that earlier.
Abaru?
Aunt Beru.
Aunt Beru. Yes.
Bro, that's right.
Aunt Beru.
Yeah.
You know what, Owen? I like your idea of running away and saving our child, but I want to stay here and die in my house. Okay, let's do that. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I keep saying it, but the show just keeps throwing unbelievable situations. here.
Yeah. So,
Unbelievable.
I can't believe that it's a very dumb decision. And it's like, I can't believe Aunt Beru was ever this stupid, and I don't believe Aunt Beru was ever this stupid. A Sith is coming to hunt them down. They are aware of this, and so her choice is to stay and defend their home. That's crazy. I don't understand her logic with her choice. I know they're trying to go with it's girl power moment, because Aunt Beru is very, very minor character, so you want to build that character.
Yeah, you
But
can kind of do
holy,
whatever you want.
but
Yeah.
holy fuck, not this, because this is the only damaging thing to Owen, is that Owen agrees to this plan to stay in their house.
That's his wife, man. Come on.
Yeah, you can't say no. And then this made Reva completely incompetent as well. Even with a wound in the gut, she can't kill these two people. She
She has not
she
been
could
shown to be
not
very effective
deflect
in
a
general.
single shot back at him.
Yeah. Plot armor.
It's distracted by a flower pot. Come on.
Yep. Very, very lucky that no bolts were reflected back properly.
I'm surprised they had no escape plan or hiding plan for Luke, really, other than stay in the bedroom, essentially. But they had a hiding hole for their guns.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't like Aunt. They made me not like Aunt Beru. Aunt fucking Beru. It makes no sense.
She was annoying in the original trilogy anyway, so come on now.
I don't remember her being that annoying.
She's not that annoying.
She's
just like, Luke, make sure your uncle knows not to tell you that your father is Darth Vader.
Oh, I don't remember that.
I mean, I was like, I'm trying to. Yeah, Aunt Beru has a couple scenes. She has a cooking scene, and then she has a.
She gives him some blue milk.
Yeah, gives him some blue milk, and then she's like, too much of his father into him, and Owen's like, that's what I'm afraid of. Yeah.
I have a question about Force Ghosts.
No.
Oh, please.
We're not going to answer it. But go.
Do Force Ghosts control their own projection, or is it a Force user that has to summon them into being seen?
Force Ghosts can control their own projection.
Yeah.
So Qui-Gon sucks.
Yeah, so they broke that rule too. I mean, to be fair, Rian Johnson ignored rules too. So it's not the first time Disney's ignored Force Ghost rules. The fact that they can interact with the real world is a fucking problem. It's
Qui-Gon's
just,
like, all right, you're ready now.
Yeah, like why?
Why couldn't you just help him?
Yeah.
Well, he wasn't at one with the Force
these
before.
troubling times.
He'd withered the Force. He didn't have a strong enough connection to see him.
But Qui-Gon controls his own ghost.
It's true, but he doesn't mean he can see him.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I asked if it's a Force user that has to see them.
I don't know. I will freely say they fucked it up a little bit, but it was always kind of weird. It was never really.
Well, it's always the question of why doesn't every Jedi become a ghost? And all that
even in like the original. I granted, I'm gonna have to defer to a writer on this one. It's been a while, but they didn't really go in depth with it even in the original, did they? Because
no, it's just something that happens in an ability.
Jedi can do.
Yeah, and mind you, it's an ability that wasn't possible until Qui-Gon, and Qui-Gon is the one that taught Yoda, and Qui-Gon teaches Obi-Wan, so they can do it as well. We're just one. I guess Nick in the originals. I have no idea how Anakin managed it.
He was strong enough.
Yeah, I guess. He was the chosen one.
He is midichlorian.
Yeah,
that's true.
They
carried him on to be a ghost.
Yeah. Man, I guess. Did anyone have any final thoughts on the Kenobi show before we start giving summaries of our thoughts?
One more dumb thing.
One more dumb thing.
When Owen and what's-her-face looking for Luke, they're saying, Luke! And then they said his name like 5 times. And Obi-Wan runs up like, where's Luke?
Yeah.
Where do you think he is? They don't know where he is. What a stupid question.
Yeah.
What a stupid question, you stupid man.
They're screaming for Luke. Where's Luke? I don't know. We're screaming for him. That's just a dumb writing thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's pretty much what I got.
Yeah. Any final thoughts, Sinister?
No, I'm good.
Any final thoughts, Sprinks?
No, I think we covered pretty much all that need to be talked about.
All right.
Oh, shoot. I just
Uh,
read one note.
Oh
Sorry.
boy. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
This is this is last call, so feel
Never mind.
free.
Crimson
one's
makes me look like a
groundbreaking.
liar.
This one's groundbreaking. It's not really, but when Obi-Wan has his second wind when he's doing like all the Leia flashbacks
Yeah.
Yep.
and one Luke flashback, like what? You've been watching Luke for 10 years and Leia has more flashbacks?
Yeah, that
And
doesn't
that's-
make sense, does it?
Well, he's not very interesting. He literally
Oh,
just
yeah.
sits on the top of his thing and pretends to be a pod racer. Come on, is that really? Really want to watch like 10 years worth of that?
I'm sure he does more than that in 10 years.
No, that's all he does.
Well, then I
Read
guess
the
I'm fine
script.
then if that's all he does.
Yeah,
Good job,
his
show
life
writers.
his life has been a lot more boring in comparison. Just put it that way.
A lot more harsh,
He's
too.
fought Tusken Raiders. And haggled with Jawas and all that stuff, I would imagine.
Mhm.
I don't know. No, they set it up like he
Yeah.
only watches them when
See,
he's at his house.
the
though.
biggest
Yeah.
insult is that the Jawa character didn't have a voice in the flashback that we meet in the very first episode.
That's true. Why isn't he in the flashback?
And the flash sequence to get
He
his second
fucking
wind.
ripped him off, so he didn't want to give him a scene credit.
That'd be hilarious if he did that. All right, now I'm truly done.
All right.
You
I guess.
don't got one more stashed up there, huh?
Yeah.
If I do, I'll hold it back.
I mean, I guess with that, we can move on to our ratings and our summaries of our thoughts. So how do you feel, Sprinks, about going first?
Oh,
Well, I think that's a mighty fine idea.
Caught you off guard on that one.
he did.
Yes.
Oh man. Okay, Obi Wan Kenobi, a show that, as not only myself, but I presume a vast majority of people were looking forward to. Something, a continuation with the same cast from the prequels,
Mhm.
to give more appreciation for it, simply because back when the prequels came out, there wasn't a lot of the feedback of the prequels was simply from critics, and less voice of the fans came through to the actors and team and all that until much later. So it was definitely made for the fans then. And wow, I think I'm going to say 50-50.
Let him have it.
I'm going to say 50-50. I'm going to say 50% fans really appreciated it, really liked it, enjoyed it, and the other 50, much like I believe we are, found it a sad joke that was made with what they had.
Absolutely
I
terrible.
I think there were some things they did that were good, not just for the scene itself or the episode, but as a whole, something they did that I thought was good.
Mhm.
But for the vast majority, it was bad. It's pretty bad. With the worst being anything that broke world for future, which the easiest one that kind of was put in that everyone already knew is that they couldn't kill off Darth Vader. They couldn't kill Obi-Wan. They couldn't kill Leia because these characters come up in the original trilogy, so they had to use them with how they did. That to me was a bit heavy to work with what they had. I think this show strengthens the reasoning behind why Leia would name her son Ben. I think that's a very nice world-encompassing connection.
Mhm.
But yeah, I'm on the side of this show. I'm not going to say it didn't need to be made. I'm not. It's not that bad to me. But it's a show that if they spent more time thinking it out, and not just the show itself, but everything connected to the show, it could have been way better.
Mhm.
And with that, I will pop over to Crimson.
Oh, we're not doing ratings yet.
No. Well, yeah. What would you rate this? So
Yeah, just
save our time a little
I
bit
know.
here.
You-
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Being that this is our first show, we stated that ratings for this would just be an encompassed whole rather than episode by episode.
Yeah.
So, my objective score that I give the show is a 6. I think the camera work that was done was good. I think the characters shown were fine. I believe the lighting was good. Cinematography at scenes. I like the more practical look than CGI at times.
Mhm.
So, but man, did they butcher? Did they change and alter and stuff like that? So 6 for objective.
Mhm.
For subjectively, being that I am a fan of Star Wars and saying it wasn't so bad that it didn't need to be made, but what they did create and overall, I'm going to give my subjective rating a 5.
Fair enough. Yeah, because I keep having to remember that your objective scale is 6 and up is watchable, 5 and below is bad.
Yeah, I from 1 to 5 is bad and how bad. 6 through 10 is good and how good.
Mm-hmm. All right, Sinister.
I remember I always thought it was very funny. Sort of with a little story. I always found it very funny with the Star Wars fandom is that anytime a new Star Wars movie comes out, everybody is always hugely excited and interested in it, and then immediately after it comes out, everybody hates it. That was so excited for it beforehand, and I've always found it where I was like weird. I was like, why do they go out and watch this? If every movie pisses them off so much, and I kind of realize now it's because you're expecting it to be better than whatever you watched previously. So, I thought that this was okay. I heard that Ryder said that this was as bad, if not worse, than The Last Jedi, because that's the movie he hates the most. And the newer. I don't know if I'm correct on that. I was told that by somebody else.
I do find that an equivalent to it. Yeah.
Okay.
At least for my objective scale, I do enjoy this a lot more.
Yeah. I will disagree with. I do not think it is in that way because I had actually wanted to rewatch it because Last Jedi I never wanted to rewatch it. I like a lot of parts of this. I think on a technical point, I'll say this with most of the time CGI lately has been a little bit waning, but that's because they won't pay their fucking unions. So this show looked great, as most Disney and Star Wars stuff generally does. I like practical stuff more than the CGI, and I'm glad they've been slowly putting in little bits and bits more. I wish it was still like 50-50, but I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. The acting, I thought, for the most part, for most of the returning people, was probably the best, and then for some of the newer ones, it was a little. I thought that Kumail Nanjiani played a grifter very, very well. It's unfortunate that it didn't really make sense for the show, but I thought it was a good character for him. So yeah, I overall I think I probably liked about 50% of this, and I didn't like about the other 50. And most of the 50 comes down to the writing felt very stiff at times and a little overly dramatic, or just for the sake of fixing plot holes, or rewriting history in bits and pieces.
Mm-hmm.
So overall, with all that together, I would probably give this a 5 overall. I would definitely rewatch it if I had to, or if I wanted to get a burst of nostalgia. But it probably wouldn't be first on my list of Star Wars things.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Yeah. Crimson.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
That sounds pretty good.
If I want to buy movie Crimson?
No, not too much. No.
Oh boy.
So on objectivity, I think Ian McGregor, thumbs up. good job for him. Leia had some moments, but overall, I think she needs more acting training.
More acting experience, yeah.
Yeah.
He's 8 years old.
Kumail Nanjiani, I don't think needed to even be in this movie as a character, but I guess his role or what he did was fine. So, and Reva, I don't think she was that great of an actress overall. She didn't show much range, I guess I would say.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess on the actor front, it's 50-50 for me. I think writing did their parts. Good, normal. Kind of hard to screw that up, I think, for the most part. CG's good for most of it, other than what I pointed out myself. Writing's atrocious, as the past few hours have proven. So I think, objectively, I'd give it a 3.5. Then, subjectively, this is all Ian McGregor right here and pure nostalgia pulling at me. But 4.5, pretty much. That's what made me enjoy it. I didn't like Reva at all. She sucked the energy out every time she was on screen. I liked the Grand Inquisitor. I liked his weird cadence to his voice. I'm proper sounding, but somewhat menacing if I tried.
Yeah, I'll say this. I think forgot his name. Something Isaacs. He does Jace Isaacson, I think is his name. The voice actor does a much better job in Rebels. I think. I like the Grand Inquisitor in this. Sorry, just piggybacking. But
Jason Isaacs?
Yes, I don't know if I know it's something Isaacs. But
That can't be Jason Isaacs.
Yeah. No, obviously not the live action version, but I'm talking about the one in the Rebels. Jason Isaacs in the animated show. That's kind of where I know the Inquisitor from. Yeah. So I'm just gonna quickly. I'm gonna hand this right back to you, Crimson. I'm just gonna quickly run through like the comparison. He's more intimidating in the Rebels show. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just the voice is very, very different here than it is there. And granted, it's like a 5 to 6 year difference, but it's night and day for me, I suppose. So, take it away.
Yeah, and this was my first dive into the Inquisitors because I didn't watch the animated shows. I didn't play Fallen Order.
Sad.
I know. So, I did like the hat guy, but he kind of just disappeared. Into
like the
obscurity there.
Mm.
Or what, number 5 or whatever? I think it was.
Yeah,
the fifth brother.
Fifth brother.
Brother 5. Fifth brother.
Kang.
Yeah, it was fine.
And Rupert Friend was the Inquisitor.
If I would have a Star Wars marathon, this wouldn't be there.
Yeah. Fair enough.
That's it.
Oh boy. Okay. So, like everyone else that arrived here, I was a huge fan of the figures were growing up. So obviously, a lot of this for me was just I was really, really happy to see Eowyn again. But that's not enough. That doesn't really factor into my objective scale. Visuals rarely do unless they're groundbreaking. And specifically on the writing of the show for objectivity, I felt the plot was very contrived. Reva discovering Luke's ancestry, or just that whole thing. There's just the plot really breaks down because it relies on contrivances and plot holes to just sink the story. Which already nicks the scale down for me. The world building, unfortunately, is mostly atrocious. And again, that just nicks the scale down further. which leaves the characters to try and pull this through for me. Riva is an interesting concept. I think it was executed extremely poorly. There is an avenue for this character to exist, but they did a poor job of trying to translate her motives to the audience in a way that makes sense. Whether she's trying to get revenge for what happened to her, and she's going around being okay torturing children and then sparing a child at the end, the journey isn't there for her to reach that point as a character arc. Bail Organa set this whole plot in motion, and I felt it was damaging to him because there was tier lists of things that you would go to before one of the most wanted Jedi in the galaxy. And while I think Leia is a reason that Obi-Wan would leave, even if for a short amount of time, I don't think there was enough for Bail to instantly jump to this as a conclusion that he needs Obi-Wan to do this, despite him knowing what his mission was, because he was at that meeting with both him and Yoda. He knows why he's on Tatooine. He knows the importance of this mission, and he kind of gets past that really quickly. Princess Leia. I love her snark in the originals for obvious reasons. I think she's a very strong, well-written female character in the original trilogy. She's got a lot of spunk to her. I think they took that into the end zone with this to the point of exaggerating it to a 10-year-old. They took too much of her future self and put it here. I don't see a growth in that she's already this character. So they were, I think, too afraid to admit that a 10-year-old girl can be out of her depth and that she can be afraid of the situations that she's in. And she's constantly forgetting, like, that Obi-Wan's trying to help her in episode 2 in favor of just sprinting away from him, even though he's trying to help her, very obviously. So I think they did a significant damage to Leia, which for me is unforgivable because that's an original trilogy character that's a mainstay. I liked Hayden's acting for the brief moments that he was there. He felt very the gravitas of just him in the flashback scenes was Anakin, and I think him in the suit as Vader, because that is mostly him in the suit. He's got the walk down, he's got the persona down, the fight choreographers let him down a bit. But character-wise, I do think Vader is damaged, not broken, but damaged, which is a shame. Because Vader is one of the most iconographic things about Star Wars. Owen, I think, is probably the most intact character of this show, just because he's not here very long, but we understand him in very short lines of dialogue, and we don't really need to understand more about him, other than that he's protective of Luke as he should be, and he doesn't like Obi-Wan as he should, because Obi-Wan's more or less responsible for Vader, which I guess lends me into the main character of the show, Obi-Wan. The way the character is portrayed is already bad, like from the get-go, because I don't think he would let his Force powers atrophy when he has a job to do in protecting Luke. He's supposed to train him. How can he train him if he's not prepared to train him? I think some of his decisions are also bad. I think he would have pushed back against Bail's request more. I think his decision-making process is broken. Like, I'm fine with him being rusty, but the fact that he's letting Leia take the lead in a lot of the conversations in Episode 3 is a problem. I unfortunately don't think Obi-Wan survived intact in this show. They tried to bring it back at the end, but I think the damage was done, in the first few episodes of where he's not really healer. He's very passive. He's reacting to things. He doesn't really have agency in this world. Whereas I do think the plot should start him out as a reactive character, but here but once he is reacted to what's happened, he should have more agency in trying to facilitate things that are happening. But for the most part, he's just very passive in this plot, which is unfortunate. And being a main character, that's just damaged to a significant degree. I'm kind of settled on this objectively being around a 2.5 for me. I agree that it's probably not as bad as Last Jedi, and I do say that a lot because it's for me it's fairly equivalent, because Obi-Wan's my favorite character, so that is me getting personal, but it's definitely not as bad. In terms of I guess my subjective point of view, where how I personally feel about this show, what I was excited to see. There's a level now where I just get depressed the more I watch Disney Star Wars. So I can't say I was thrilled to watch this. I felt like I was just going through the motions again with another Disney Star Wars, where I was just watching them ruin something I love more and more. But while I am happy to see Ewan again and Hayden again, and like all the surface level things like of their trying to keep Obi-Wan's fighting style intact and all of that, I don't feel it's not enough for me to like the show and enjoy it. And while I do enjoy watching this more than Last Jedi, it's not going to score higher than a 4 for me, I think, subjectively, because I would probably leave it on when it's if it's already ongoing, but it's not a show that I would go out of my way to watch. And as Crimson said, I would not include this in my my Star Wars binge. But yeah, and that's. I mean,
We made it.
We made it. Yeah, that was their first show. Wow, and
That was that, and who knows?
Yeah. Yeah. So stay tuned. We got more coming. And
The end of our first season.
this is the end of our first arc as a podcast, as we've tried to find our identity, and I think we're slowly getting there. So,
Woo!
yeah, I would clap, but I'm pretty sure that Discord was just block me out. So, as always, I'm a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
I'm Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks.
And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and we will catch you next time. See ya.
Bye.
Toodaloo.